Committee meetings. All regents serve as voting members on every committee, and each committee has its own chair and vice chair. The student regent serves as a member of the ACS committee and is mandated by state law as a non-voting member of the board. Actions resulting from on the items of each committee are the final and do not require additional approval by the full board. That being said, we will begin with the Finance and Investments Committee. Regent Walker serves as the chairman, and Regent Campbell serves as the vice chairman of that committee. Regent Walker, please continue with the Finance Committee and Investments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance and Investments Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 5th, 2021.
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Mrs. Wright, please begin the presentation of item 1.
Good morning. ASU is asking for approval to extend the ability for both the president and the vice president to approve the service of alcohol at events on our campus. Currently, only President Hawkins has that approval, and he'd like for the vice president to be able to approve events where we lease space for like weddings and receptions and things of that nature.
Are there any questions?
Angie, does this extend to like football games, or is this just to private gatherings on campus?
This is just for the approval for private gatherings. Y'all approved at the last board meeting the ability for us to sell alcohol at our athletic events, and we did begin that at football last time, but this is just for the approval at private events where they lease our space.
And is that through a third-party vendor that carries their own license and responsibility?
Yes, sir. Chartwell's does all of the catering on our campus, and they also have the licenses for the alcohol.
Okay. Well, this probably comes under the Misery Loves Company. President Hawkins needed some help on that, on the policy.
Yeah.
Thanks for signing in on that.
Any other questions? Not hearing any. Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Mrs. Sloan and Mr. Hookup, please present item 2.
Thank you, Regent Walker. I am going to quickly introduce this agenda item, and then Noel Sloan will present it. As all of you know, Club Corp provides two very important services for Texas Tech athletics. Number one, they provide service and operate the Texas Tech Club, which is our daily restaurant that's located on the east side of Jones AT&T Stadium on the 4th floor. It's a great service to both Texas Tech University as well as the Lubbock community. And then secondly, Club Corp provides the premium services food caterer for our 85 football suites and our 1,600 club seat patrons for our home football games. So they serve over 3,000 customers a game. Our premium space, the customers they serve are vitally important to us. They generate approximately $20 million in athletic revenue a year through their donations, their annual seat contributions, purchase of tickets, and donations to the Red Raider Club Excellence Fund. Club Corp has been our partner for 11 years with Texas Tech Athletics. If I could for a moment step back to 2018. At that time, we were facing a possible extension with our contract with Club Corp, but at that time, athletics was not satisfied with the service nor the quality of the product that Club Corp was providing at the time. And we notified Club Corp in 2018 of our intention not to renew or extend the contract. There was 1 year remaining on the contract at the time. Club Corp was determined to retain our business. They took action at the time. They invested in a couple of areas. One is they brought in a very experienced general manager, Stefan Sperlich, who is our current general manager. He had 25 years experience, 10 years as a general manager at a Club Corp property. Stefan has done a tremendous job while here at Texas Tech. They also hired a new chef with 30 years of experience to come in, oversee the restaurant and the premium service food that we provided on game day. They also made a $250,000 investment into kitchen improvements. At the time, they also worked hand in hand with the Red Raider Club to address our game day concerns. They overhauled our menu, freshened up the presentation, and really touched all aspects of the game day experience. So at this time, we're heading into the 2019 football season. We were pleased with steps that were taken during the 2019 season, and then as all of us know, heading into 2020, we faced the pandemic. At that time, we decided to delay any further extensions with Club Corp because of the unknowns. We knew that the restaurant was going to have to shut down for a period of months. We did not know how that industry was going to come out of the pandemic. If I could fast forward then to May of 2021, as all of you know, at the request of this board, we issued a request for proposals. We opened the solicitation and directly shared the RFP with the 5 most prominent vendors in this space: Club Corp, Levy, Sodexo, Spectra, Legends. We also had conversations about providing the service internally. 4 vendors came to Lubbock. We walked them through our facilities, and ultimately only 2 vendors submitted an RFP. We had a selection committee put together that was made up of athletic representation, Red Raider Club representation, Texas Tech University representation, as well as representation from our donors and a suite holder. Club Corp was unanimously selected by the committee to be the provider for a contract extension. I would tell you that post-pandemic, we have been satisfied with Club Corp's service. Currently in the restaurant, we are receiving a 91% overall satisfaction rating from customers. That's up significantly since 2018. Our membership growth with the Texas Tech Club has been tremendous. I would say we're a national leader as far as membership growth with the Texas Tech Club restaurant at this time, and all indications are that the improvements made in the premium spaces have been very well received by our suite and club holders. As you know, we will survey all suite holders, club holders after this current football season, so in the next few weeks, a postseason survey will go out. So with that background, I'll pause and invite Noel Sloan to present the item.
Hey Kirby, before Noel comes up, I wanted to talk about this issue a little bit, and not to put you on the spot at all, because appreciate the job you're doing, appreciate the process you've gone through. But we've talked about this issue now for 6 months. And originally, we sent it out to RFP because we were unhappy with the quality that we were receiving from Club Corp. And so we really wanted to find another solution, right? And one of the things we talked about at length was, finding a solution where Texas Tech could provide these services internally. And when the committee that you put together considered the options, was an internal option considered at the time?
It was discussed through the process, through the RFP process, of an internal solution, but there was no official bid that came forward or proposal that came forward from an internal entity.
So, what we've seen, what I've seen, and I've shared this with you before, is that a great example of how this can be done very well is at Oklahoma State. They do it all themselves, and it's a great experience. And, ultimately, the amount of money and improvements that we get from Club Corp or any other third-party provider pales in comparison to the amount of revenue we receive from the folks that are sitting in the suites, and you mentioned that's $20 million a year. So I think there are other factors that really should be considered, and from my personal experience, the quality that we're getting from Club Corp is very poor. I mean, I recognize that efforts have been made to make things better, but, if 91% of people are satisfied, okay, just okay isn't okay, as they say. It's just good enough isn't great, because we really want to give those people a great experience, and I want to put our best foot forward. So anyway, in my opinion, this issue has some fairly sensitive contract issues associated with it, also probably some personnel issues, given the fact that we might consider trying to find a way to do this ourselves. So I would like to move that we take this discussion into executive session so that we can talk about those things and not compromise any kind of commercial arrangement or any kind of sensitive, personnel issues that we might have. So if everyone's okay with that, or if we can.
Let me take that,
Yeah.
and for sure, Regent Campbell, your concerns have been heard. I'd like to refer his request to Eric Bentley, our general counsel.
Yeah, respectfully, Regent Campbell, I don't think this falls into any of the exceptions under the Open Meetings Act. When we're looking at the exceptions, the personnel exception, I do not believe would apply in this particular case. This is really more of a business decision as to whether we go this route or that route. And as it relates to the dollar amount of the contract and the significance of the contract, that unfortunately by itself doesn't lend itself to going into executive session.
Okay, then let's just debate it out here. I'm actually just fine with that.
Okay.
I think that until we have so just lay it out there then. So you guys went back to Top Tier and you asked them, whether they would bid on the project against the other third-party providers, and they said, we don't have the people to do it currently. Is that correct?
They did not. Noel oversees Top Tier, so she might want to have comment, but they did not issue an RFP. They provide a great service. Top Tier is our provider at our student-athlete training table. The quality, the service that they provide to our student-athletes, they do a first-class job. The quality, the service that they provide at our restaurant, which is the 91% customer satisfaction rating, is really good right now. They continue to take positive steps.
When you ask them if they're satisfied, do you ask them, is it excellent, is it outstanding, or do you just say, is it satisfactory?
Regent Campbell, on the surveys that go out to them, I don't know, standing here, all of the different components that they check, but I think it's good to excellent.
Kirby, could I ask a question? Can we infer then, Noel, that by virtue of them not responding, that they were not Tier 1, did they feel like they were shut out, in your opinion, or did they have an opportunity to respond and chose not to because they didn't feel like they could fulfill the obligations and the expectations of this contract? And that may be an unfair, I'm asking you to read people's minds maybe, but I just want to understand the dynamic there, please.
Regents, first and foremost, I agree that, and am very appreciative of the feedback that we get for Top Tier. Top Tier is one of our, part of our hospitality team that is part of the teams that report up to me. And I do think they do a fabulous job in quality and in service, and I appreciate that kind of feedback from the Regents as well. Currently, they are providing the services in the Cash Family Sports Nutrition Center, our on-campus dining locations, and catered events. We do probably approximately 3,000 catered events annually. We did discuss, me and my team, when the RFP went out. That would be back in June. At that time, the hospitality team knew what had been the proposal for the contract extension with Club Corp. And those discussions revolved around the fact that the hospitality team, as an internal department, does not have the cash available to make a significant cash contribution to renovations, the same as the third-party vendor does. At the same time, we were also gearing up. I think everybody knows of what the current labor market is. And first and foremost, we wanted to make sure that we would have the staffing in place as we reopened in the fall for full operations, and making sure we had this operations in place to serve our students, faculty, and staff.
So we talked about this back in May, and then we said, okay, we need to give Club Corp a one-year extension so that we can serve, so that we'll have service in this fall football season. And so so now, we're almost back in the same situation again. We wasted 6 months, and now we're like, well, we don't have time to figure out a solution internally because we don't have time before next football season. And so we're basically back in the same situation because we've wasted 6 months. And so that's pretty frustrating to me because we've been talking about this since back then. And I guess the point that I would make with top tier is that I understand they don't currently have the staff and resources to do this because they're not doing it. But the whole point is, you know, what would be the cost, what would be the process for them to get set up to do it, or for some other entity on campus to figure it out. And that's something that we need to look at and consider in comparison to the Club Corp deal, because if we don't do that, if we can't make that comparison, then we can't really make a decision. Because ultimately, the $5 million in improvements that they're going to give us over the term of this agreement, again, pale in comparison to the importance of the revenue that we receive from those suites and the people sitting in them. And so ultimately, the quality of the service and the quality of the food that we receive is far more important than those improvement dollars. And when we went out with the RFP and you guys considered it, the only criteria that was considered was who's going to give us the most improvement dollars. And I think that's missing the whole point. And so, you know, I think that this is something that we just haven't run the process on. And so I have a difficult time approving a long-term contract to Club Corp when we know it's bad. It's bad right now. I have a suite, I sit in the suite, I've tried the food, I mean, it's poor.
And if I may, I've had, the delta to 2018 is pretty dramatic.
It's better, maybe.
And no, and I've had, and you know, this conversation that we're having now, I've had a number of people approaching, talking about the food services and how they picked up, unsolicited. And I think that just from the standpoint of, and this is just, I'm probably the last guy to talk to about the quality of food, because I'll eat anything.
Hey, I'm in the same boat, Ted.
But you know, but I've noticed the difference in what it is they're doing.
Well, and you know, it's possible that the chancellor's box gets better service than us humble suite owners. But you know, I would just say that the fundamental problem with a third party providing these services is that we are not aligned with them. They're going to give us a fixed amount of money for these improvements, and then from there, the least money they can spend on food and the least money they can spend on service, the more money they make. So there's just fundamental misalignment. And so the only way we're ever really going to get what we want, which is a top quality product to entertain our best customers, I mean, think about it from a businessman's perspective. If I have really important customers or really important partners in town, I'm going to take them to the nicest dinner possible and give them the best experience possible. And that's what is happening every Saturday. Our most important customers, our most important stakeholders are being entertained by the university at these events. And so we need to put our best foot forward. And right now, it's not good. I mean, I'll give you just one example. Like the last game I was at, I wasn't able to make it this last week, but we ordered like a chip and dip thing. And I can't believe I'm talking about chips and dips. But like all the chips were crushed. Like it was just like, who would serve that? You know, like the burgers were like these burgers that they serve at like a elementary school cafeteria. I mean, like just disgusting, honestly. I mean, I don't, it's consistently bad. And maybe they'll improve sometimes, maybe they'll get better, but they're always going to revert back to delivering the service for the cheapest price they can possibly do while keeping us just at a minimum level of satisfaction. It's never going to be excellent. And what I see when I go to Oklahoma State and sit in their suites is that theirs is truly excellent, and their goal is to provide the best experience possible. It's not to provide the minimum experience necessary to not just have people outraged at them all the time. We don't really have a good mechanism in this proposed contract to hold them accountable. I mean, we can do certain things, but ultimately we can't terminate the contract if the service isn't good. We're stuck with them for a long time. They've got us captive at that point. And so it's just always going to be poor. And, you know, again, I think that we have to tell top tier, not ask them to provide a proposal, but tell them, we want you guys to figure out what you would need to do to provide this service.
Regent Campbell, if I could, the comments you're making about, you know, providing the best, no, we would never argue against that, and you're right. But I would hope you wouldn't think that we just sat here since we had this discussion several months ago in a way to wait this out. We had numerous discussions, could we do it? And our concern was we couldn't deliver what needed to be provided, getting the personnel that we have. And as an example of that, and this goes back to a comment that Regent Steinmetz made last summer when we talked about the increase in compensation for faculty, and you said, we need to go back and do more for staff. And so in December, we're going to make an announcement that we're going to put, I think it's 4.3 million into additional staff compensation, because what we're finding is we can't hire people. We're losing people.
Sounds like you just made the announcement.
And so that bared upon our conversation regarding top tier. Could we assemble a team to actually deliver the level of expectations you're talking about?
My point last May was that you basically would have, 16 months to put that team together. And my feeling is that you could do it in 16 months because, worst case scenario, and Eric may tell me we can't hire the people that are at Club Corp, but if we really like the manager that Club Corp's using, let's hire him. Let's have him run it, but let's give him more resources, better direction, better management, and different objectives. Instead of, keeping your costs compressed as much as possible and delivering the bare minimum, let's charge him with delivering excellence and delivering a great experience to all of our customers. And that's what, ultimately, the people are there. These people that work for Club Corp right now live in Lubbock, and they were hired by Club Corp, right? So if Club Corp goes away, they're still going to be there. So the people exist. We can find the people. It's just we have to have a concerted effort to do it. And I want us to push us to be better, not to just settle for mediocrity, not just to settle for being okay, because we have these aspirations on the football field and on the other athletic, in other athletic endeavors to be great. And why wouldn't we do that in all aspects? And this is really low-hanging fruit, in my view. It's something that we can put people to work on and give them the resources to do it and achieve something that's really excellent. And I honestly can't believe it's gotten to the point where we're still debating this, and we have to again talk about chips and dip up here. But I think it's an important thing, and it's something that as a region, it's our responsibility to approve these contracts. And if we know their contract is bad because of some personal experience or knowledge, we should say something about it. That's our charge. I know from my experience as owning a suite for now, 11 or 12 years, that it's not been very good with Club Corp. It never has been very good. It's not very good now. And so because of that, it's my responsibility to raise this issue and discuss it and talk about it. So I think that we ought to, at very least, table this contract, get with top tier, whoever the right entity is at Texas Tech, and find out what it would take to come up with an internal solution. Go ahead.
Yeah, one other option, and I can appreciate your position, Lawrence and Noel, that, we don't have the people or the program, but we have a world-class RIM, hotel restaurant management. Has the university been asked to put together a business plan to try to find a way to create jobs and create a better quality experience? For those of you that are thinking this is about chips and dip, I think what we're finding is that we each have a suite. And people do take the time, Ted, to say, God, can you guys not improve that? Even over where it was in 2018. And Kirby, I will tell you, it has improved. But it's still not to the same caliber. And by the way, we have access to both suites, and you do have better food, Chancellor. Maybe it's a better budget, but you have a better food. And
Maybe
so
it's better leadership in my suite.
Yeah, that's clearly the case.
Yeah. But so I think we're at the same solution. The nice thing is, by tabling this 6 months ago, we now have $4.5 million in addition, or $3.5 million of additional CapEx. So as I look out, there's people going, why are we having this discussion again? The university got another $3.5 million thanks to Noel and this board and this body tabling this matter 3 months ago. Can you imagine what we may get for the students that are actually going to get an education in hotel restaurant management to put together a first-class facility that will only make the game day experience, and I know, Kirby, we've talked about this, a better experience. So again, I don't think Club Corp's going to walk away. I don't think any vendor's going to walk away because they can't get a short-term extension, but we really are in the exact same position. The only difference is we did get $3.5 million in additional monies, but if the quality is still not to the caliber where your clients, our constituents want it, then we have to pay them back 50% of that money that they put into the CapEx, which I think is fair. So tend to believe that it's also worth exploring, and for anyone else that has a suite or has paid for these services and not just sat in the Chancellor Suite, I think they'd also understand where people are coming from.
I think Regent Campbell and Simons, I think we've heard your concerns loud and clear and respect those. Let me ask Mr. Hocutt and Ms. Sloan if you have any additional comments.
No, sir. I think that the agenda item is in the board materials, and that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions, but the message that we received at the last board meeting in May was to do the RFP. I think we're bringing back to the board through that RFP process. Again, as Regent Steinmetz mentioned, we were able to contact other vendors, see if they were interested or not, and also see what the best value of those responders would be, and bringing that best value back to the board for your vote and decision on whether to proceed with this contract or not.
Okay.
Can I ask go ahead, Michael.
I was just going to ask, just for clarification in my own mind, the club court relationship is beyond just the suites. There's also the tech club.
Correct.
And that's a day-to-day, year-round operation, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Region was.
Correct.
That's in this same relationship contract or not?
It is.
Yes.
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 Can you explain to us exactly the relationship between the university and top tier? On one hand, it sounds like we control top tier, but on the other hand, they sort of independently chose to respond to the RFP or not. Can you explain a little bit about if we require top tier to increase their staff, do we have the ability to do that? Do we have control of the operations in top tier, or are they an independent entity?
No, they are a TTU department, so it's our hospitality services that run all of our on-campus dining locations. One piece of hospitality operations is the top-tier catering team that, again, do a lot of our TTU-related events, weddings, receptions, things like that. Again, the largest number of attendees that we have ever catered an event through top tier is about 1,500 attendees. So, again, I think that they had an opportunity, and it was through internal discussions with me and my team and keeping the president informed of whether that made sense to submit a proposal or not based on the financial and the business operations as they were.
And how many meals do they serve on a daily basis through through their daily operations in the residence halls?
Boy, you're asking me numbers I don't know. Off the top of my head, we have about 8,300 students in our residence halls that we serve. We also serve a lot of the commuter faculty and staff dining plans. They do also do the Cash Nutrition Center, so all of the student athletes for their training table. They do run a number of events as well, so I will tell you right now that we have had to look at how we staff areas to make sure that we're serving the areas that have the most population and needs. So, there are kiosks available in colleges that we can't operate at the same 8 to 5 schedule that we had pre-pandemic, as we still are trying to build up our labor force.
Well, staffing's an issue for top tier, but staffing's an issue for Club Corps. I mean, just as Cody said, that's not unique to whether we own the operation or Club Corps. Staffing is going to be an issue. Obviously, it might be one that we would rather not have to deal with if we farm it out. But we are talking about an operation that does have a lot of resources and does have day-to-day staffing issues. It's not like we're asking Spanky's to come in and figure out how to cater 6 Saturdays where we have a big demand. We're talking about a pretty big
big operation already, that we would ask over a period of time to grow into an operation that could handle game day at the stadium, possibly also deal with our suites. What's the interaction with with basketball at the United Spirit Arena?
Basketball is a different third-party vendor, Spectra.
For both men's and women's?
Yes, sir. Spectra is our concessionaire provider at football and men's and women's basketball. They also provide service to the premium spaces in basketball.
And they do the concessions at Jones Stadium as well?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
One thing I want Noel to understand is we by no means would expect top tier under the current model to also have to serve the club corp, or I'm sorry, the tech club and also the stadium. I mean, it would take an overhaul, but I think this is as much about creating jobs and giving students an opportunity also to, fulfill their education and be a part of something, while at the same time improving the overall game day experience and the quality of food service at the facilities. So I hope that is something that is kept in mind as well, is that we are trying to also help create jobs in the community that we're serving.
One last comment I would make is that if Club Corps is willing to put millions of dollars in infrastructure, they're not doing this as a benevolent act. I mean, they're doing that because they're making, they know that there's a return on their investment to do that.
Yeah.
Now, that may, they may be able to operate more efficiently than we can as a university. That would not be the first time that public enterprise could do better. I mean, private enterprise would do a better operation than an institution. But I don't think I think it's naive to believe that they're making these capital contributions and not expecting a return on their investment from this operation.
Okay, I think that we've had a very healthy, well-balanced debate on this. I'd like to ask if there is a motion to approve the item.
I would like to move to table the item. Is there a second for that?
I'll second tabling item.
Fine. There's a motion to table this item. All in favor of that motion? Ayes?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye. I'm an aye.
I'm an aye.
Table.
We do a roll call.
Okay, roll call.
All right.
So, just for clarification, tabling an item for what time period?
Until such time as we can get an internal proposal for providing the services ourselves.
All right, this is a roll call vote for tabling the item as proposed. Regent Campbell.
Aye.
Regent Steinmetz.
Aye.
Regent Griffin.
No.
Chairman Lewis.
Aye.
Regent Walker.
No.
Regent Womble.
Yes.
Regent Acosta.
No.
Regent Gordon.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, it is a tied vote, and under Robert's rules, a tied vote means the motion does not carry.
Okay, we'll now return to the agenda item that we've considered, and I would like to ask for a motion to approve item 2 as it's been presented.
Second. I'll move approval.
Let's go ahead and have a roll call on that.
Okay? This is a roll call vote on the motion to approve item 2 as presented. Regent Campbell.
No.
Regent Steinmetz.
No.
Regent Griffin.
Aye.
Chairman Lewis.
Approve.
Regent Walker.
Aye.
Regent Womble.
No.
Regent Acosta.
Approve.
Regent Gordon.
No.
Okay? We have a second tied vote, which also means that motion does not carry.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess the message given to Club Corp is we don't have a decision then, or that it's not approved. Is that correct?
That is correct. So, Ms. Sloan, we'll move on to item 3.
Thank you. TTU's next agenda item is a request for a budget adjustment to approve funds that were appropriated by the 87th Legislature, third called special session. Texas Tech University is very grateful to the legislature for the funding allocated to Texas Tech University in Senate Bill 8. TTU will receive $50 million for institutional enhancement. These funds will be invested in student success and retention initiatives that increase retention and graduation rates, academic excellence, our research initiatives, student summer initiatives, and mental health and wellness resources. Are there any questions that I may answer with respect to this item?
Since there are no questions, is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Barnes, please continue with item 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 4 is an update on the investment performance, and item number 5 is an update on the endowments. Since our fiscal year ends August 31st, I'd like to do these together. I think we have some very good news, but this would serve as the update for the annual review for our endowments, and then I've asked Tim Barrett to be here, and he's here and talk a little bit about the performance for the last 12 months ending August 31st.
So you're asking to put items 4 and 5 together?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Again, just to refresh ourselves, the endowment fund framework is certainly identified here. This is what our regions continue to review as they develop the investment strategy, and we've continued that from the December meeting that we had last year with regards to revamping our investment structure, our benchmarks, our goals, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Again, the fiduciary responsibility is a Board of Regents responsibility to manage the funds. This is just the overall organizational strategy for the offices to manage the fund. I do want to point out the very first bullet. Our endowment now is $1.7 billion. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but it's a significant milestone. We have moved this forward with several different initiatives. Certainly, one of the most important is your revised investment strategy and our strong support of the donors, but we are now in a very wonderful position with an increase of $1.7 billion endowment amount. We do have a different peer group now that we're able to compare our performance to. Again, just a snapshot over the growth of our endowment funds over several years, and we've hovered about that 1.3 million for the last 4 years or so. Again, significant increase to 1.7 billion. I think very much attributable to strong donor support as well as strong investment returns. And again, that allows us to be in the next peer group with regards to our endowment balances. This is just a little bit of more detail on the particularly FY21 significant changes. You can see our donor contribution at 97%, investment returns $364 million, our payouts again to the component institutions $61 million, and I think more importantly, and I'm going to ask Tim Barrett shortly to talk a little bit about the investment performance, but for the 1 year for FY21 ending August 31st, almost 28% return. The next 2 or 3 different slides, I want to talk just a little bit about the breakdown of the endowment.
on this side with the title of the endowment by entity. This is who the donor, the organization, the donor makes their check payable to. TTFI certainly is the fundraising arm for all the institutions. It has the lion's share of the ownership of the endowments, but you can see the other institutions, and I think it's important to note that the endowments and the LTIF, which is the mechanism for the investments of the endowment, support all the institutions within the system.
Gary, before you go any further.
Yes, sir.
I can't help myself, but I just have to pay special tribute again to the Carr Foundation. If you look at the significance of that and the way that it's used for the campus size and the enrollment that exists there, that may be unique in higher education in this country. And I know that President Hawkins and the staff and ASU benefits greatly. Not that these others do not, but I just have to point that out because that is a significant asset in our system. It just really is, comparatively speaking.
You know, Regent Griffin, I would go further. That's the envy of almost every institution in the country to have a fund like the Carr Foundation, and certainly at the level of Angelo State or Regional University, there's not any that I know of that can boast that.
I believe also, correct me if I'm wrong, the combination of the Texas Tech Foundation and Texas Tech University exceeds $1 billion for the first time in its history.
That is right.
Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Bravo.
This is just, again, being sure we understand what the composition of the endowment is. This is who the donor says they want their dollars to benefit. So the first one was how they make their checks payable to. This is the designation of the institution. So you see Tech is the largest beneficiary of our donors at 60%. You know, the real important part is how you take the donor's gift and how that translates into meeting their philanthropic purposes. And I think this is really important, and not many institutions can make this statement, but every year since the inception, we have been able to pay out 4.5%, which is what your designated distribution rate is, every single year. $740 million has been distributed to the components, and the important part is it's a growing, increasing real dollar value to support the activities that the donor has designated their money to go to.
Gary, can I ask another question on that? With regard to the payout and the 4.5%, that's been set for some time and been operationally consistent. Other foundations, I serve on a private foundation, and by law, from a tax protection standpoint, you must distribute 5%. Is there a distinction here between a public and a private, or this is a private 501c3? Why 4.5 versus 5?
Yes, sir, you really do have the full ability to set whatever that distribution rate is. It is because it is a higher education public institution, and those laws are different than they are for other private or 501c3.
So it does not impact the tax exempt status?
It does not impact the taxes.
Okay, thank you.
This, again, is how the donor has designated the use of the payout. Almost 50% the donor has said they want their gift to go to scholarships. Again, very important, as you looked at the slide before, the increasing amount that we're able to distribute every year, more and more of that goes directly to the students, and in this slide shows 50% of that directly to scholarships. Again, a little bit different information with regards to the endowment fund. This is similar to the other, except this is the distribution. So the amount of the distribution to the institutions are described there. And again, Texas Tech is the biggest beneficiary of the donors with regards to the distribution or the payout at 56%. So I want to stop it right there with regards to the endowment, but an incredible year for our fiscal year ended August 31st. We crossed that milestone to be a $1.7 billion endowment. We have really great investment returns. If there's no question specific to the endowments, I'd like to ask Tim
Well,
Barrett.
I've got a question, Gary. Midwestern has joined us. Do we have funds in our long-term from Midwestern, or what is the process there?
So let me just describe it briefly. As you might know, it's not a simple answer. There's very few simple answers, but, and again, Dr. Johnson and Beth, be sure I get this right, but there is specific state statute that due to the size of endowments, institutions are restricted on their investment vehicles. Midwestern is one of those. As you get larger, state statute allows you to invest in a bigger range, wider range of investment strategies like you see in our endowment fund in the LTIF, and Tim will talk a little bit more about that. But state statute several years ago changed and allowed the independent regional universities that did not meet the dollar threshold to, in effect, outsource or partner that with other institutions within the state of Texas that has that expanded ability for their investment strategies. So Midwestern State University partnered with Texas A&M University System on two items. One is their longer-term operating cash fund and their endowment funds. They also have a local foundation, and those monies will reside with that foundation, at least in the short term. But for that endowment fund money and their operating cash money that is invested by the Texas A&M University System, we have a termination agreement that is in place, and they will be transferring those funds to the Texas Tech University System. We've already made the first transfer for their operating funds. I think it was November the 1st. We have a scheduled over the next 3 months for the operating funds to transfer to Texas Tech System, Treasury operations, and then we have a similar termination agreement with regards to the endowments that are currently invested by the Texas A&M University System. So as those funds begin to flow to us, you'll see those on the endowment reports that we'll bring forward.
Thank you.
I may want to let Jimbo Fisher know he may be a pay cut now when that money moves, so.
So let me ask Tim Barrett to come up, and as he's coming up, let me just tell you a little bit, not to steal his thunder, but at the board meeting in December of 20, Regents made a decision to change the benchmark. The benchmark is now the global 60-40 plus 100 basis points. So they've established that new benchmark. Also, directive to simplify the investment strategies and to manage our risk on a little different basis than what had been provided before. So Tim is going to give you a little bit of the activity that we've done since that decision was made in December, and then again talk to you about the performance.
Thank you, Gary. So with the LTIF this last year, beginning January 1st is when we switched to the new benchmark that Gary mentioned, the global 60-40 plus 100 basis points. The reason for the plus 100 basis points, as you guys might recall, is we didn't necessarily want to invest in the exact global 60-40. That could be done through an index fund. We wanted to do better than that, hence the extra 100 basis points of improvement.
Is the risk of our portfolio the same as global 60-40 plus 100 basis points?
By default, no. If we're trying to outperform by over 100 basis points across the whole fund, you have to, by default, take different risks. So let me give you an example. So if you think about the 60%, which is global stocks, right? Those are all publicly traded global stocks. It's called the ACWI, All Country World Index. If we wanted to exactly match that, we'd invest in it. If we have to beat it by 100, we either got to use active management or do something else. So we have active equity managers in our portfolio. We also have private equity in that portfolio, both which dramatically should outperform the index or ACWI by more than 100 basis points. So in a sense, there is more risk in that equity portfolio than just a straight ACWI.
And what is the order of magnitude of that risk difference between the benchmark and the actual portfolio?
Right, that's a huge question. The magnitude of risk between that, I would say if you look at just the ACWI, or the 40% of our portfolio that's benchmarked to the public side, it's very close to the ACWI, right? We use synthetic exposure that exactly replicates the ACWI with hedge funds for alpha. And then the other piece of it is active managers that manage against the ACWI benchmark. So that's really tight to the benchmark. Where it's not tight to the benchmark is the private assets. Those do not mimic the public markets, but they also provide a cushion for market volatility, as you know, because they're only marked quarterly, and those assets don't move as rapidly. So that part of the portfolio actually dampens volatility while increasing returns.
But
I would add that it's likely that we're going to be in an inflationary period, and those non-stock bond exposures are going to be more adversely affected than the other part of our portfolio.
So there is a private equity benchmark, correct?
Yes.
Why is it that we don't use that as part of our benchmarking?
Well, if I was to go back to last year, in the idea to simplify the portfolio, we had a host of different benchmarks. We had hedge fund benchmarks, we had private benchmarks, everything in there. The Regents and the people that got together to decide the new direction wanted to keep a more simplistic approach to benchmarking the portfolio and to managing the portfolio. Part of it was to reduce the number or head count of managers that we have and remove some of the complexity in the portfolio, which we're in process of doing. But a lot of those managers are tied up in drawdown funds, which will take, probably another 5 years to kind of hit our mark there.
But fair to say, the portfolio contains more risk than the benchmark.
Yes, because private equity is in some ways riskier than direct. It has more tracking error than the benchmark. I don't know that it has more risk on the private
So
side.
we should expect to get returns in excess of the benchmark. Or we're going to have more variability returns, but our average expected return should be higher than the benchmark.
It absolutely is higher than the benchmark.
Yeah.
Well, and his compensation is tied to the benchmark plus 100 basis points.
Right. And the benchmark is 60/40 plus 100 basis points.
Correct.
Right.
We still are taking more risk than that. Yeah, so anyway, all right.
So if you look at the LTIF transition, we've already moved to kind of broad weights of growth of 60% plus 40% in the stable value. And we've already targeted over 14 managers, both public and private, that we're currently winding down. That'll equate to about a 24% reduction in the total manager count. Year to date, we've received $63 million in distributions from those managers from withdrawals. We expect another $40 million from the public managers in Q4 and $200 million in more distributions by Q2 of 2022. So in the past, we managed the portfolio more like the left-hand side. So you can see the public equity was the ACWI as it is now. But we had public debt against the global ag. We had HFRX, which is a hedge fund benchmark. And then we had private capital, which was a customized private benchmark. Fast forward to present, we have simply the 60/40 plus 100, which is the ACWI plus the Barclays Global Aggregate. In the future, we believe that the manager count will move from the past at 75 in the top right-hand corner of the box down to a total manager of around 38 to 40 managers over the next 5 years as we wind down some of the private funds. So as to performance, it's been a good year. We're up 27% in the LTIF. 43%, or the biggest driver of that, was the growth assets. Almost everything in public stock market or private markets went up this year as the Fed pushed out liquidity and rates stayed low. And really, it's a rebound off the low of the 2020 pandemic in Q1 of 2020. The stable value also did fairly well, up 9.6% to give us a 27% return. You can see in the left side bottom, we're roughly roughly at the weights of that 60/40. And the longer-term performance in the chart at the bottom continues to improve. This is super preliminary, as we only have about 80% of NAV reporting, so a lot of the private assets have not come in for the September report. But it's oddly enough exactly the same right at 27. The growth and stable value are slightly different, but the return is very similar. As more and more of the private equity numbers come in, this number is going to improve pretty dramatically because all the assets in the private book are being kind of written up over the past year.
Tim, Chairman Powell has indicated that he's going to cut back on liquidity. What effect does that have?
Right. I think anytime the Fed starts reversing direction as far as liquidity, you start to have more complication in public markets and eventually in private markets. That removes liquidity from the public markets, and you're going to see more volatility there. They're only talking about reducing their purchase program.
Right.
So I don't think in the short term it's going to have a major impact. But if they fully withdraw and then start hiking rates, I think is when volatility comes back to the markets.
Tim, what would be benchmarks for you that you would look at to consider then a rebalance in light of what we're seeing from the Fed and what the market is indicating, I guess, going forward? Are there particular indicators or indices that you would look at to say, maybe we need to rebalance a little bit?
Right now, we're right in line with our targets at 60/40. So it's unlikely over this year that we're going to rebalance. I think you're more likely going to see us implementing different strategies in the portfolio that have a little more defensive nature. For instance, in the stable value portfolio, we're adding another manager this December that it's not very exciting on a go-forward basis. It's kind of like a 5 or 6% return. But when things really fall apart, these managers do extremely well because they have highly convex portfolio, meaning that it does well when things do badly. So we're putting 2 of those managers into the stable value portfolio now to protect the portfolio more.
Jim, would you characterize a lot of the performance as a function of obviously all-time high equity markets, primarily the public equity market, along with commodity prices, specifically exposure to oil and gas prices, so to speak?
Right. I would agree with you on the public equity markets. I think that's accurate. On oil and gas, while our oil and gas has rebounded and done well, it's a smaller percentage of the portfolio now.
Right.
A bigger driver has been private equity, in particular venture capital and growth equity. I think almost without fail across the venture portfolio, people are up between 100 and 300% over the last year. So that's been a big driver.
Yeah, how would you, with the volatility of the markets, how would you characterize the portfolio related to volatility currently? And I know that's a broad question, but just kind of for a layman's understanding.
I think if we broke that into components and thought about the equity portfolio, the volatility of that portfolio versus the ACWI is likely going to be less. Most of that's driven by private markets don't mark the same way public markets do. If you go to the stable value portfolio, once we get the 2 defensive managers in there, I think that portfolio will still be more volatile than the bar cap, but not by a meaningful magnitude. In other words, it'll be much tighter to that than it ever has been in the past.
And I get, my point with this is just that if we have a less risky portfolio, if you start getting defensive, which is totally appropriate, potentially, it's up to you, right? But if you're being more defensive, you ought to have a lower benchmark. I mean, we shouldn't be holding you to the global 60/40 plus 100 basis points if you decide that we need to be more risk off. But on the other side of the coin, if you want to be more risk on, then we ought to say, okay, compared to a riskier portfolio, we ought to be getting more return. And so that's the hard thing about comparing against these benchmarks, is that if they're not this, if the benchmark isn't the same as the risk of the benchmark isn't the same as the risk of the portfolio, then we're not really being fair to you and how we're evaluating your performance. And so that's the point I was trying to make. But I understand there's a lot of history that's gone into how we develop the benchmarks that we have.
And Tim, it may be helpful, because you're marketing private equity investments on a quarterly basis, correct?
Correct.
So if you use the private equity index, although we may look like we have a higher risk profile on private equity from past actions, it may better show what our true risk profile is and where your 60/40 plus 100 ends up taking us at the end, where you should be judged in an up market if there is a correction.
Right.
So why aren't we using the index?
Why aren't we using a private equity index?
Yeah, to compare our private equity investments against it. I'm just afraid when it turns, you're going to look worse than you really should.
Actually, when the markets do turn, I'll look better. And the reason I'll look better is because private equity is not marked the same way. It's marked quarterly, and they're much slower to draw down than public markets. Public markets will whipsaw down, then back up.
Eventually, you have to face that reckoning, you know. It's
But private equity is slower to do it, so it actually adds diversity to the portfolio. As far as adjusting benchmarks based on our view of forward-looking risk as we tilt the portfolio, that's a very difficult thing to do. I mean, I've managed global pension funds around the world, and no one moves the benchmarks like that. There's a set benchmark. The CIO takes risk above that benchmark when he's bullish and below it, and he's fired if he's wrong over time, right? I mean, that's just how it works. I don't know anybody that has variable benchmarks for that. In other words, like they say, our target is now 70% equities, and the benchmark's gonna change. If I increase to 70% equities, I'm personally taking that risk on the portfolio because we're bullish. And there will be a time when we probably do that. It's just not now.
You know, I mean, in our review a year ago, the move was to simplify not only the investments, but also the benchmarking. And we, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but nevertheless, we do benchmarking against the various asset classes within the portfolio from a public relationship reporting accountability. We wanted to simplify that because it was so, we basically before had 3 benchmarks, and it was very complicated. So we wanted to achieve 2 goals. One, to meet the cash requirements required for distribution for the endowment, the 4.5% distribution amount. How are we performing on that, as you can see on the graph? And then secondarily, to essentially condense it from 3 benchmarks, which could be confusing, was confusing, to basically the 60/40 plus 1% benchmark is an overall guide. And the propensity is to compare yourself to all of your peers in regard to that achievement. And it wasn't to bypass that, but it was to set our own mark from a performance standpoint, to measure ourselves on a stable going forward basis, to beat hopefully inflation as well as meet the cash requirements for the function of the endowment.
I think that's an accurate description.
And a lot of our growth has been from private equity that was invested years back.
Yeah, most of the venture capital was
Right.
from 5 years ago.
And do we have any numbers on how we're comparing now with like Texas A&M or UTEMCO or anything like that? Gary or somebody?
I
Yeah,
think
you
Gary
know,
might know.
NACUBO releases their annual comparison in February every year. So there's about 860 endowments and foundations that report to NACUBO. So we'll know more about that in February. I do have numbers for 2 of the other large systems in the state of Texas. One of them had a 35% return, and the other one had a 24% return. So we're at about 28, so right in the middle of the other 2 large institutions in Texas.
And NACUBO can be difficult to interpret at times, too.
You know, you're exactly right. And the other thing that NACUBO does not tell you is what the benchmark is, what the allocation of the assets are invested in. So it's not a apples to apples comparison. It's just what is a return. So no underlying risk, asset allocation, benchmarking, or any of that is included in that.
Yeah, I mean, that's important. I mean, if one of the other endowments went to Vegas and put it all on black, They made 100% this year.
That's right.
That's a hell of a return.
That's right.
But they took a lot more risks than we did, and that, is the extreme example of the point I'm trying to make, is that, it'd be nice to know how much return we're getting relative to the expected return that we should be, based on the risk that we took. And right now, we don't see that, year to year. So I know that in my own personal investments, we see that constantly. We don't have a benchmark necessarily. We just know what the expected return is from the asset classes we're investing in and how we performed relative to those expected returns and how the asset classes performed that year. It's pretty simple.
We have.
Anyway, and I know you're just doing what you were asked to do. I'm not trying to barbecue you by any means, but that's the.
Well, actually, you expand, Tim, but I think you do know that.
We do know all of that. We have countless benchmarks internally in our systems that we manage, so we look at every venture capital benchmark against our venture capital guys. We even break them into healthcare, tech, cybersecurity benchmarks, et cetera. You can get lost in those benchmarks, but we do it across everything, including hedge funds. Secondarily, we have then peer groups, so we pick the top managers from each segment that we believe are the top managers and create custom peer groups in addition to the broad peer groups.
Yeah, and
to
before
get
we
more
made the
accurate.
changes, we had his compensation tied to about 3 benchmarks that some of the times they conflicted, and so it didn't make any sense, and that's the reason that we went to a benchmark, and which we thought is really appropriate for the portfolio.
So if there's no more questions on this part of the performance, I'll just talk about this briefly. This just really is the LTIF since inception. And what's really important here, really, when you think about the long term of what's the purpose of an endowment, right? It's to generate that CPI plus 5. So a growing distribution to the institution. That yellow line represents that. So over rolling 10-year periods, you want to be above that CPI plus 5. And you can see that when there's sharp sell-offs in the market, such as 2002, 2008, 2015, and then 2020, you can see it dips below. But overall, most of the time, over rolling 10-year periods, you're ahead of that benchmark, and that's really the objective. It also really should give you comfort that we're taking the right amount of risk, because you want to be hovering around that line over time. And you can think of that line as like almost an 8% annualized return, right? So CPI typically is 2 or 3, then you get the 5 plus the 5, you're at 7 or 8% kind of return over the long haul. The second part that's important is keeping up with the LTIF composite. You can see that we're rapidly catching up to that in the Global 60/40 plus 1. In fact, I think once September closes, we'll be ahead of the Global 60/40 plus 1 since inception. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, and thank you
Appreciate
for
it.
your great job. And Gary, do you have any additional items?
No, sir, that concludes my reports.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Investments Committee.
Next up is the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee meeting. Regent Carrick Davis serves as the chair, and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Carrick Davis was unable to attend today's meetings, so Vice Chairman Gordon will oversee that committee today. Regent Gordon, please continue with the ACS committee meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Lewis. The Academic, Clinic, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 5th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Do I have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Hedrick, would you please begin with item number 1, please?
Yes, thank you, Regent Gordon. We have 2 requests today. The first is for an appointment of Dr. Hazem Rashad Ali as Associate Professor and our Associate Dean for Research, Innovation, and Faculty Development in the College of Architecture. He comes to us having served as a tenured Associate Professor and Associate Dean for Research and Graduate Studies in the College of Architecture, Construction, and Planning at University of Texas, San Antonio. He has been fully vetted and approved by the university at all administrative levels.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
I have a question. Dr. Hendrick, just for background purposes, would you be able to provide me just on another meeting or another call? I know we've been trying to get together, but I certainly would like to understand who is on the committee and the process for tenureship and just the process that we go to. And then if you could provide me just a report in terms of gender, of how many of our faculty are tenured, male and female.
Absolutely can
Thank
do
you.
that. Yep. In brief, the faculty who vote on this at the unit level would be tenured associate and full-rank professors, and then it would go through the dean, comes to my office, the president, and then consent from the chancellor.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Our second proposal is the approval of a Master of Science degree in ranch management. This would be a new degree for us. It would be a degree for students who don't have much or any background in ranch management to prepare them for employment. This is an area of anticipated growth within the region, the state, and the country. This does not duplicate other programs. There is one other Master of Science program in ranch management offered through A&M at Kingsville's King Ranch Institute for Ranch Management. That is a program for more experienced individuals, preference for several years. Ours would be eligible for students who have already recently earned their baccalaureate degree. We anticipate in about a dozen students within about 4 years. No new faculty would be required. There would be some costs for equipment, principally vans, and then travel for students to go and visit ranches. Those would be more than covered by the increases in tuition revenue.
Thank you, Dr. Hendrick. Are there any questions or comments? Given that there are no questions or comments, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Regent Gordon.
Dr. Lang?
Yes, we're asking for your approval for granting of tenure to Dr. Angela Chi in our School of Dentistry. And I'm going to take just a second because you've heard about the excellence of the faculty of the School of Veterinary Medicine, the new school, and we're actually very proud of our new faculty as well. She comes to us as a tenured professor from the University of South Carolina, where she was in the pathology and dentistry department. She graduated from Columbia, received her dentistry degree from Harvard, received certificates from both the U.S. Naval Academy in San Diego and from Emory as well. She is really an international and nationally recognized oral pathologist, and she's now been recruited to El Paso Dental School, Woody Allen School of Dental Medicine. Currently, 50% of our tenured faculty, School of Dentistry, are women. She'll be the second tenured faculty. So, with your approval.
Thank you, Dr. Lang. Are there any questions or comments? Since there are no questions or comments, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Lang, would you proceed with item 4?
Yes, sir. We're asking your approval for revisions to our Health Science Center Operating Policy 60.03, which deals with tenured faculty. And some of it is just wording changes and clarification. And specifically, this was handled by the Vice President of Faculty Affairs. We've now changed that to the Vice President of Faculty Success, and so that will change that title. We clarify how to deal with faculty that are currently tenured but are neglectful or have reason for cause for termination, at which point, with your approval, their tenure can be revoked. It allows for provision of revocation of tenure without dismissal, if it's in the best interest of the university. And finally, there's the last part that talks about mediation, which was covered in a Texas
statute, but it's actually covered under our other health science center policy. So it's just to kind of tighten that up.
So Dr. Lang, on the revocation of a tenure, what's that process?
Right. So all of our faculty undergo, within 5 years of their tenure, a comprehensive performance evaluation, in which case they're assessed of whether their tenure should be continued, or if it looks like that they're not living up to the standards under which the tenure was granted, they're provided on a performance improvement plan that is jointly decided by the faculty and also an independent committee, the committee that's responsible for promotions and tenure. That person is then reviewed at 1 year and 2 years to see whether they have accomplished a remediation process, and if they have, the committee's recommendation is to continue the tenure position, and if not, then it comes to me and ultimately to you all to decide whether tenure should be revoked or tenure should be continued.
Does that provision have any accreditation issues?
No, sir, it does not.
Pat, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Chancellor, is this unique to the Health Sciences Center? Are there applications, or is to the greater body of the
There'd be applications across higher education, if you look at it. Generally speaking, you have somebody that, and I would say it's probably more common for the health sciences centers, but it's applicable to anybody. And the idea of having somebody that goes in with one set of goals that shifts them over time. You do have faculty members that you don't want to lose them as a faculty member. The track they're on is not going to be the track that's working for them.
This is unique to someone moving into like an administrative position.
Could be. That would be one example if you did that.
But I'm just wondering how the epiphany that Dr. Lang had, if there is application or discussion opportunities globally, is what I'm saying
Sure.
there with regard to that. Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments?
My only comment is, I've been here for 7 years. That's the first time ever associated my name with Epiphany. Thank you very much, Regent Griffin. I appreciate that.
You need to consider who made the statement.
All right. Since there are no additional questions or comments, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Lang.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Regent Gordon. Next, the Audit Committee will meet. Regent Steinmetz serves as the chair, and Regent Acosta serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Steinmetz, please begin the Audit Committee meeting.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The audit committee is called to order. I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 5th, 2021.
So moved.
Second. Motion is second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Turner, please present item number 1.
Thank you. I want to do a brief presentation today summarizing our activity for fiscal year 2021. Each year, we have to do an annual report in accordance with standards that are set by the State Auditor's Office that summarizes our activities and includes a number of things. First of all, a quick overview. Independence is a cornerstone and maybe the cornerstone of our office. It's accomplished through the reporting line that our office has to the Board of Regents, and the board approves our annual audit plan, budget and activities, et cetera. After the addition of the 2 Midwestern state auditors, which I'll talk more about in a minute, we have 18 auditors across the system, housed everywhere from El Paso and San Angelo to Lubbock, Wichita Falls. We have one in Kansas that's a work-from-home employee, and then one in Del Rio who's also a work-from-home employee. We have a $1.8 million budget to support all of our activities. Our responsibility, of course, is to serve as the internal auditors for all of the institutions and also to coordinate external audits that are done by CPA firms and then also audits that are done by state agencies. We work with them on those involuntary audits. We have a number of accountability measures, not the least of which is a peer review that we undergo every 3 years, where we ask auditors from high-performing audit shops around the country to come in and assess how we're doing. We had that this summer with good results. We have a lot of internal quality assurance measures as well. And then due professional care is one of the cornerstones of our profession. We must comply with the Texas Internal Auditing Act, which includes a number of measures. That act also requires that we conform with two sets of standards, generally accepted governmental auditing standards and the standards of the Institute of Internal Auditors, which is an international organization of close to 200,000 auditors that sets the standards that we follow. And I want to show you two things. One, I love this quote from, it was approximately a year ago in a Wall Street Journal article from Richard Chambers, who was the CEO of the Institute of Internal Auditors for about 12 years. He said this: "We used to be the bean counters. Today we have to understand how the beans are grown, how they're harvested, how they're taken to market, so we can provide advice in addition to assurance. It's not good enough anymore for the company to just know how many beans they've got." I love that quote because it really is indicative of the change in the internal audit profession in the last 27 years since I joined the profession. I want to show you, with regard to 5 strategic priorities, big picture goals that all of our institutions share, how our audit work matches up. I'm not going to read these lists to you, but you can see in research and creative scholarship, we do work each year that touches on the research enterprise at our institutions. The majority of our work, as you might imagine, falls under what you would think of as finance and administration. We're heavily involved in looking at uses of funds, sources of funds, compliance with requirements related to money. But also I put our information technology audits in this category as well, where we're looking at those very important systems and controls that we have in place. With regard to student success and academic quality, you see work in here, several things. We did a TTU advising processes audit that the Provost's office was really pleased with, and they're working on implementing those things. We did work in international student visa processes at TTU and HSC. You know, a lot of our a lot of our graduate students are international students, and so those processes are very important across the system. And then you see a lot of student financial aid work, as well as Midwestern State looking at an accreditation software that they use called Weave. Under facilities, you see the outsourced construction project audits that we have our CPA firm partners doing on our construction projects. And then last, outreach and engagement. You see the foundation work as well as institutional advancement. And then the Midwestern State Public Funds Investment Act report, which is required, as Gary talked about earlier. There's an annual audit that has been required of Midwestern State to ensure that they're conforming with those allowable investment opportunities for them. An overview of our office. We have 18 auditors. Half of us have master's degrees. Average tenure is 10 years. Some of us have a little bit more than that. 148 combined years of service with Texas Tech and its institutions. We have a lot of certifications across our staff. 6 of us are CPAs, 5 certified internal auditors, a certified fraud examiner, 2 certified information systems auditors, and additional staff are pursuing certification even as we speak. Another real cornerstone of our office's vision is we will be regarded as a valued, trusted partner by the board and the component institutions of the system. We will emerge as an industry leader through innovation and contributions to the profession. You see here the service that our office has done just in the past year. We're active in our national, really it's an international organization called ACUA. We also have Texas Association of College and University Auditors. Our Assistant Chief Audit Executive, Teresa Jack, serves as the secretary on that board. And then locally in San Angelo and Lubbock and El Paso, we're very involved. We have officers in the Lubbock chapter of the Texas Society of CPAs, as well as El Paso and Lubbock Institute of Internal Auditors chapters, El Paso Certified Fraud Examiners chapters as well. And we feel an obligation to give back. We've received a lot by being active in these groups. We learn a lot, we collaborate with our peers, and so we feel an obligation to give back to those organizations as well. And just a couple of things about incorporating Midwestern State internal audit function into our office. They had 2 internal auditors. Lee Kidwell's been their chief auditor for several years, and I became acquainted with her right after she got there when one of their board members at the time, who I'm friends with, said, we have a new auditor. She's got a lot of audit experience, but she's never worked in higher ed. Can you visit with her? And that started a really solid relationship, and we were both thrilled at the prospect of her office joining ours. In March, we started incorporating her and her staff auditor into our staff meetings and leadership meetings to acquaint them, not just with our staff, but also with our culture and our processes. September, of course, this was effective September 1, so in September, we integrated their Ethics Point hotline site into the one for Texas Tech University system, so that if someone wants to make a report, they see all of our universities in one place. We included them in some all-staff training that we did in September. We're doing some more in December, and they'll be coming back for that. And then we've also integrated them into the primary audit system that we use to document everything. They're learning that system. We went from the version they were on to the version we're all on now. Last fall, they transferred in September. They're still learning it. It's substantially different than what we were all on before, but they're doing a really good job of getting up to speed in that. All of our audits going forward are in that Teammate Plus software. And then, this is maybe the best part. Our audit staff of 18 really serves as a pool of auditors. So the people located in Lubbock don't just work on the Lubbock institutions. And this is even true. Our Angelo State Audit Director, Emily Knopf, is our most experienced IT auditor. She does IT audits all over the system. One of our IT auditors lives in Kansas, and she comes down sometimes to do audits at our institutions here, in addition to the online work that she does routinely. So we have a team of auditors that performed the CARES Act audits for all 4 institutions finished those over the summer. That same team, which is in Lubbock, is doing the MSU, CARES, and CURSA, which is the next stimulus funding review. They're doing that work right now, along with a staff member from Midwestern State. And then our IT auditors are going to be starting an audit of payment card industry data security standards soon at Midwestern State. And then Lee Kidwell, the Midwestern State Audit Director, is going to be performing an audit that's required of all of our institutions statewide. She's going to perform that for all of our institutions in the system. So I love that collaboration. We're really integrating them in the work that we do. That concludes my report.
Is that all you've done?
That's it.
All right. Are there any questions or comments regarding this presentation?
I've got a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
On November 10th, we had an anniversary, is that correct?
That's right.
And how many years has it been since you've been working with us?
24.
24. How old were you when you started?
12.
So this is Kim's 24th anniversary working for the Texas Tech system. You should give her a round of applause.
Thank you. I love it. Best job here.
Well, thank you, Kim, for that report. This concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Regent Steinmetz. Our final committee meeting of the day is the Facilities Committee. Regent Womble serves as chair, and Regent Griffin serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Womble, please begin the Facilities Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 5th, 2021.
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Topliff, please present item number 1.
Thank you, Chairman Womble. ASU is requesting that the president, there's a presentation, if we could get, maybe I have to click this one time. There we go. Requesting that the president or his designee be authorized to negotiate a ground lease with the city of San Angelo for land at Mathis Fields Airport. The star there shows the approximately 3 acres that we are in talks with the city about leasing to build a facility for our Bachelor of Commercial Aviation program. We would only have this lease if we have the ability or are able to secure the funds to build a facility, and I'll talk more about that facility here in just a moment. So that is the location that we're looking at. There's nothing currently on that location. It is just a piece of ground with native grass on it. So as a background, in March of 2020, this board approved the Bachelor of Commercial Aviation program with a major in flight operations and also a track in aviation management within the Norris Vincent College of Business. We began that program this fall of 2021, and if you recall, at the time we presented that, we estimated that we would have between 5 and 8 students in the first class. Well, we sort of blew that out of the water. We have 28 students currently in the program, 25 of which are in the flight operations portion of that program. I will tell you that as of yesterday, 10 of those 15 students have already soloed. And in fact, the very first one to solo was a female who is actually the daughter of our local sheriff. And so we also have a number of Hispanic and other persons of color in that program, which is really important because the airlines have told us very critically that they expect that by 2030 that 50% of their new hires will be females or people of color. We expect that this program will reach 200 students by 2024. In fact, we have, at the moment, we've already got 40 students lined up for next fall. We expect to have 70 before recruiting ends. So with that growth, we're going to require a facility at Mathis Field. We think it's important that those future pilots be in a space where they can see what their life is going to look like. We have, as you know, contracted with a Part 141 flight school there at Mathis Field to provide aircraft and training for these pilots. I'm happy to tell you that Part 141 flight school is owned by 4 very generous ASU alumni. They have this fall purchased 3 trainer aircraft. They have 7 more on order. We expect that by next fall that they will have 10 aircraft, including 9 trainers and 1 twin-engine aircraft for the education of our pilots. So we are proposing a lease with the city for about 3 acres of land at Mathis Field. This will be a long-term lease of 40 years. We're asking the city to lease that to us at a rate of 12 cents per square foot, which is actually 5 cents below what the FAA wants them to lease that. So we would use that 5-cent donation, if you will, from the city as part of a grant, matching efforts on a grant that we are currently pursuing. This lease would be contingent upon ASU receiving the funds to build that teaching facility. That facility is proposed at about 15,000 gross square feet with an anticipated budget of approximately $3.5 million. So we're asking that you give the president or his designee the approval to negotiate a ground lease with the city of San Angelo for approximately 3 acres of land at Mathis Field for construction of this facility to house the Bachelor of Commercial Aviation program. And I will tell you that the lease would only be executed when we have sufficient gift and grant funds in hand to construct the facility.
Dr. Topliff, any indication on timing on the funding?
So the grant that we are pursuing will go in here fairly shortly. And we expect that grant approval to occur somewhere late February, early March. And if that occurs, then we would hope to begin construction probably 1st of September, something like that, of next year. And it would take about a year, so we would be looking at 2023 before this facility was ready to occupy, which will be really good timing because that's when we'll expect to have about 100 students in the program.
But currently today, the planes that are being provided, it's not contingent on any type of
No, it is
facility
not.
per se. It's ongoing as it speaks. And then what happens whose responsibility for upkeep, maintenance, as far as the planes are concerned, that we are receiving going forward?
So the Part 141 Flight School owns and maintains all of the aircraft. We have no financial responsibility for any of that part. Our financial responsibility would just be for the upkeep of this facility, which would be really no different. It would become E&G space primarily, and so it would be like maintenance of our regular campus.
But we would have responsibility to pay for the aircraft.
So our students, yes, we have our students pay for the cost of flight time in those aircraft.
Okay.
And inside this facility, is it classroom? Do you have an idea of what you're going to put in this facility?
Yes, and I provided that. It didn't get in this deal, but yes, well, there are 3 classrooms that would hold about 34 students each. There's also space for 4 simulators, 3 single-engine simulators, and 1 DA-42, which is the twin-engine aircraft simulator. Also have an office for the program director and the chief pilot. We also, long-term, expect to bring Howard Community College into this. As you might expect, the maintenance on the number of aircraft that are going to be in this program is going to be a significant opportunity to train A&P mechanics. That is a career and technical field that ASU is not involved in, but would be a perfect opportunity for Howard College.
Are there any other questions?
Is this not somewhat of an extraordinary situation for the Angelo State University to distinguish itself in service to West Texas for no cost?
Very much so.
It also aligns with our vision where we want to be known as an innovative leader
Right.
at the end of the decade, so. yes,
Right.
sir.
So it's a marquee type event.
So I can tell you that the airplanes that are currently flying have the ASU logo on their tail, and they are routinely seen above the city of San Angelo, and it has created a lot of interest in the community. The mayor is extremely interested in this project, as well as the airport manager and the city manager. So it is very much a marquee event for ASU.
And how would you characterize the demand?
Well, I said that we would have 5, and we've got 28, so I'd say the demand is pretty good. And in addition to that, as I've said in the proposal that I provided to this board, there's going to be roughly 400,000 pilots in the next 4 years that will time out. In other words, with the FAA, when a pilot reaches 65, they can no longer fly for the airlines. They're automatically retired, and there's going to be about 400,000 of those in the next 4 years. In addition, the military says that they can't produce enough pilots, and so we think that this is an extremely great opportunity for students and for the university.
If I could add, Mr. Chairman, we also had the Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force come down 2 weeks ago and was looking at this program to take back and talk to the Chief of Staff of the Air Force about it.
You're all to be commended.
I would also like to share, I got the opportunity to have a student in my RAM Roundup group, which is our freshman transition camp, and I've checked up on him and just asked him how it's going because it is a new program, and he said it's awesome and that he loves it, and I know that if the students are loving it, they're going to share their experience and more people are going to want to join. He also said having the opportunity to have a classroom and learning facilities on the airport campus would be nice so that they aren't commuting all the time, and it would just give them the opportunity to learn and grow their experience in the program. So the students really would appreciate this opportunity.
The projected enrollment of 200 students, is that an arbitrary number? Is that based on your ability to handle that many? If the demand allows you to have 500 students, what, do we have the ability to grow that campus, or is there some real limitation of 200 students is all we can really handle?
No, I actually think that 200 is a low number. We're constructing this facility to be able to handle 300 at a minimum, and there is room for expansion at the airport. It's kind of a long, drawn-out thing, but FAA is considering closing one runway, and when they do close that one runway and turn it into a taxiway, there will be an additional about almost 40 acres that will be available for lease there at the airport. This is also part of a city-wide led effort to really expand the airport. With the group that Skyline Aviation, which is the Part 141 flight school, they are actually working on renovating the old GTE hangar, which is a huge hangar. They're building a new fixed base operator. This is part of what will be a multi-million-dollar effort to improve not only our facilities, but the facilities of the airport as well.
What kind of security do we have with the private industry that's doing the training of the pilots? I mean, obviously, we're dependent upon them very closely now. We're bringing them a lot of demand for this, but if they were to go out of business, how would we backfill that? What kind of assurances do we have that their long-term goals align with our long-term goals of building this program?
Well, as I mentioned, the four that own it are all ASU alumni and are long-term donors to the university. So we're very confident that they are in it for the long term. We've actually, the contract that we've signed with them is a 10-year contract to provide the flight school, plus addition to extend that for an additional 5 years. I don't know how much y'all know about the cost of airplanes. I know some of you know, but so those trainer aircraft are about $300,000 a piece. The twin engine aircraft that they're have on order is $1.7 million. So it takes about one aircraft for each 5 students. So at 200 students, that's 40 aircraft that it will take. And they are prepared to make that kind of investment.
It's fantastic. Any other questions? Is there a motion to approve the item? So moved. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Topliff.
Thank you.
Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So item number 2 is to approve the total project budget for the Rip Griffin Park expansion and renovation project and accept the CM at Risk GMP. That's our contractor. So just as a reminder, everybody knows where Rip Griffin Park is, sitting right on the Drive of Champions and Canton Avenue. That's the existing park as we speak. And this is the existing baseball facility. I'm sure everybody's been in it or around it. I kind of wanted to point out a few of the things in this facility. You can see it does have 3 indoor batting cages. There's no team lounge in this facility. There's no offices. All the coaches are over in the club level. So there's not one coach in this facility. Everything's outdated. And on the far left, you can see the small training room, the coach's locker room, which is extremely small, and a video room there too. So it's 10,800 square feet. Part of this project, we're going to gut this entire facility. So here's a proposed plan. Just wanted to show you how the existing building and the new building fit together. You can see the Drive of Champions and Canton Avenue again. As we push this building around and kind of wrap it, there are going to be some utility relocates around this facility because a lot of the utilities come actually from the old Coliseum area and cross over, so we're going to be building on top of some of those. I wanted to spend some time on the new addition and show you, so you can see the existing building there in kind of the pink color. I told you we're going to totally gut that. We're going to put 5 hitting bays and pitching bays in this facility. This facility also have the AV equipment available, so if a pitcher or a hitter's in there practicing, they can actually video them, and then they can go back and review it in the film room. You can see that up in the top, let's talk about the top left up there, mechanical rooms, and we also have a facility up there to store the golf carts for the program. I think they have 2 of those. As we move across, we have an ice machine, water area there to house that equipment. And then the training area that you see up top, office, exam room, lots of space for the players to go in and get taped and do their rehab. As you can see, as compared to the old one, the training room on the middle left there, it's pretty small. So we really tried to expand the training area. The very top of the yellow up there is a hydrotherapy treadmill pool. It actually has a treadmill with cameras in there that can watch the athletes as they perform on the treadmill. Then you have a hot and cold plunge area also. The bottom part of that yellow is a cardio and bands area too, so we kind of expanded that into the existing facility. But moving across the top, we have a lobby, a Champions lobby coming in that faces the northeast towards Jones Stadium. You have the players' bathrooms, locker rooms, showers, grooming area in the blue, and you can see the locker room. I'm going to show you a picture of that schematic here in just a minute. The coaches' offices are all down the right-hand side, so we'll have all the coaches together. Down one hall, I think right now they're in the radio booths and all over the existing facility in those suites. This puts them all together with Coach Tadlock's office down in the bottom right in the purple. And then over on to the left side of Coach Tadlock's office, you see a video room. Right above the video room in Tadlock's office is the coaches' locker room, and that's their showering area there. And then for the players' amenities, which is huge, the blue area to the left is a lounge. They don't have a lounge. They don't have a place to eat. Right now they eat in their existing locker room. This is a nutritional area also where they can relax, they can study, they can eat, they can play ping pong, pool, whatever we have in there. And then you can see the locker room that's right above them. Very spacious locker room that looks like this. There's still a little bit of work being done on the ceiling area in there. I would say that Coach Tadlock and his coaches in athletics, the TTU athletics department, have been very involved through this whole project and laying out exactly what Coach Tadlock needs. So we've had lots and lots of great input from those guys. The branding element in this building is going to be spectacular. We are going to spend some money on that to make it really attractive to recruits and the existing players. This is a view of the northeast entry perspective. You can see this is going to kind of lay the cornerstone of the ballpark for Spanish Renaissance. It's a beautiful entry area. It pronounces the Texas Tech baseball team, something that they don't have now. So that'll face Jones Stadium, as I mentioned earlier. So here's the project overview. So we're going to renovate the 10,800 gross square foot of the existing facility. We already gotten that. All the mechanical, the electrical is all going to be new. AV, IT is all going to be new. New turf. I would like to say that you know, all those 5 batting cages, we're going to have an adjustable netting system in there that can be relocated, moved out of the way. So if they want to have, you know, play some small ball or do some indoor work on the turf, they can do that also in there. So we're going to gut that facility, and then we're going to construct a 14,342 gross square foot addition on the north and east sides of the facility. So we're going from 10,800 square feet to 25,142 for the team. The interior, the interior demolition finish out, like I've already talked about, new batting cages, pitching cages, nets, indoor turf, cardio band area, all the electrical, mechanical, plumbing, fire sprinkler technology, and then also we're going to add some windows to this space to give some light. That was one of Coach Tadlock's main priorities. He wanted some daylight into this facility, so we worked real hard to get that done. So the new addition, the one that's the 14,342 square feet, Champions lobby, locker room with expanded shower and grooming areas, team lounge, nutrition, dining space, film room, equipment storage complete with compact shelving and a washer-dryer area. This equipment room will with the compact shelving, be able to hold 3 times the amount of equipment that's in our existing equipment room where they don't have the room now. The athletic training area, I mentioned hot and cold plunges, hydro treadmill pool, ice storage room, coaches' offices, locker rooms. Head coach's office, he's going to have his own conference space in there, and it's got a little exterior patio area that comes down into the corner of the ballpark, and then all the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, janitorial, storage space for the golf carts. We also, on this, you know, we're going to, on the exterior of the new building, it's going to be designed with Spanish Wren, like we talked about, creating the main entrance. But we're also going to enhance the south and west sides of the existing field house. So if you're in the ballpark and you're looking down at that facility right now, that's going to change. We're actually going to come in there and put a high-performance paint onto the existing. It's got fluted brick. It's got CMU wall up there. We're going to try to make that look more like a stucco look. We're going to add some windows onto that side. We're using a window that's used in other major league ballparks around the country. And then on the south side, some brick, high-performance paint, and some additional windows over there too. So trying to tie the old and the new together and try to dress it up, especially, you know, the fans are going to be looking at it too. So new site utilities tie-ins, new parking lot, and like I said, extensive athletic branding. So this is the project budget. It's the additional request is for $13.3 million for a revised budget of $14.4, the majority of that being the contractor after we bid this. I will say this is higher than what we had anticipated earlier. I think Regent Griffin, we talked about that. But it didn't shock me either, just knowing what's happening in the industry right now and the pricing that we're seeing with labor increase, material increase. We checked on the contractor. We had really good subcontractor bid coverage. There's 3 or 4 bids in nearly every category, so we think we're very competitive out on the street. There is a lot of work going on in Lubbock and more coming. So it's the budget is 14.46, and like I said, the additional is mainly for the construction piece. So the recommendation is to waive the use of a construction managing agent. This is a question that I've had. So in the Board of Regent rules right now in Chapter 8, projects are required to have a construction managing agent. That's a project management firm, an outside firm that we would hire. We do have the exception in there, though, to waive that. And we're asking for that waiver because we're going to manage this project in-house, right in our back door, and we're also going to be working with TTU Athletics, too, and their facilities team. So we're very capable of covering this project. Waive the board-directed fees for landscape enhancement and also for public art, accept the guaranteed maximum price for construction of the Griffin Park expansion and renovation project, increasing the budget by the $13.36 million for a total project budget of $14.46, amend the design professional agreement, and amend the construction manager at risk agreement. And the total project budget will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with gifts and institutional funds. That's the recommendation, sir.
Are there any questions?
I just have a comment,
Yes,
Regent Womble. I really agree with you, Mr. Breedlove, on waiving the CM agent fees and, you know, all the board-directed fees, and to go to GMP. It's going to really save the university, in my opinion, significant amount of dollars. So
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate you going in that direction.
We'll probably save 2 to 2.5%. That's what I'm guessing if we use the CM agent. Really, the CM agent is set up for some good examples of that. The vet school, where we don't have facilities people in that area. So we're not there every day, boots on the ground with inspection services and project team on the ground. The other one's Midland is another one that we've actually hired a CM agent on because we don't have any facilities people there because it's built on the Midland College campus. So there is a time that we can use it, but this isn't the time, in our opinion.
Right. And I agree with you. I mean, there's a time to use an CM agent and a time where we can save some time and some dollars. So I have nothing against using a CM agent, but it certainly makes a lot of sense for this project.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Thank
for
you.
some of the others coming up, so thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's all I have, Regent Womble.
Any other questions?
Timing standpoint, Bill?
Oh, yeah, so let me talk a little bit about that. So we got this price last week. Most of the subs are good for 7 days. So the pricing it's very important that we get a notice to proceed issued. So once we get approval, if we get that approval, I'll issue a notice to proceed so they can start writing contracts. We will start on this project, the schedule shows starting January 3rd. We might actually sneak in there a little bit before that while everybody's gone for Christmas break and get a little bit of work done. So we're going to work this project. The schedule actually shows that we start January and complete the new phase, the phase 1, the new addition, by February. So there's going to be a little bit of gap, obviously, between February and then after we host the super regionals. And so there'll be a little bit of time gap there. We might can sneak in and do some things, working around coach's schedule. But then we'll kick that thing back up and do the renovation work as soon as the ballpark's vacated, and that's another 3 or 4 months.
Do we have any prospective donors?
Yes, yes, sir, we do.
We've been very fortunate to have private support for this project right now.
questions? All right, there are several things in this proposal that are currently bound together. If you want to break those out about waiving the public art, amending a couple of agreements, we can break those out if there's any requirement to discuss those or vote on those independently. Otherwise, I would entertain a motion to approve the motion as presented.
I move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion passes.
Keno, would you note that I abstained? Thank goodness there wasn't a tie, because I was going to have to answer my daddy on that.
Duly noted, sir. Numerically, it's impossible, but.
Mr. Bridlow, please present item number 3.
Yes, sir. So item 3 is to authorize expenditures for the Academic Sciences Building. This is on the Texas Tech campus, and accept the CMR's GMP for bid package 1 for utilities. So as a reminder, this is the ASB project, Academic Science Building, that's going to be built behind the existing chemistry building. We've talked about this project on numerous occasions, that this is the president's #1 priority to get this building built. There's kind of a site plan showing this. So this is a 3-story building. It's got a basement. It's got physics, geosciences, chemistry, psychology, biology, and a research core that's also in this facility. Design has been extremely intense on this project. Since we met last in August, we've had 55 design meetings for this building, and we got 15 more scheduled before December 7th. So trying to get all those departments and talking about science and research, it takes a huge collaboration between the tech team and President Skuvenek and Noel's teams have been great, giving us access to those folks. So kind of the schedule is, what we want to do is put this bid package 1 out. Bid package 1 is going to consist of, we've got some general conditions and general requirements from the contractor. We need to reroute an LP&L primary line, and then we also have some AT&T telecommunications that we need to move. We've got some new ducts for the Texas Tech telecommunication network that ties back into the tunnel, 2 city taps, 2 reduced pressure backflow preventers, 2 meters, and about 1,000 foot of piping. And then we also have a sewer line that's in there, about 700 feet of that. We also have an alternate in this GMP for relocate a city of water main using ductile iron pipe. It's in a conflict with sewer, and so by code, with the domestic water and the sewer line, you've got to do some rerouting of piping to get we want the water line above the sewer line for obvious reasons, so we've got an alternate in there. The reason it's an alternate is we need to uncover that and see what the elevation is. The sewer line elevation is going to be set at a certain drainage rate because it's just gravity flow. So we'll see if that's an actual conflict on that. So let me just kind of tell you a little bit about our delivery strategy. This is in the footprint of our new building, and we would like to start on this the day after Carol of Lights, which is November 30th. So we would like to start the 1st of December to start relocating these utilities to get them out of the footprint. If we waited till we get a GMP, which we're anticipating that in May, this just puts this project further behind. I think it's very, very important right now in our industry to get prices locked in, get people locked in to do the work, and get as big a jump on the schedule that we can. This gives us that jump to move forward and get started on this. In February, we'd probably come back with a bid package number 2, and that's for the hydronic piping system. That's tying into the tunnel. We're still locating the exact location where we want to make that tie-in. That's going to be for steam, condensate return, chill water, and chill water return. That ties into our chat plant that will provide all the energy for this building. So that would come in February. So now we'd have all the utilities out of the way. We'd have our hydronic piping up there. We come in May to get the GMP for the total project, and that's when we start digging the basement. It works out perfectly to start digging that basement in May because the students are off the campus for summer break, and you're talking about 1,400 truckloads of dirt moving in and out right there by the chemistry building. So there's a lot of work to be done. We think this is a good strategy. I think I've had a question in the past is, is there a risk because we don't know what the total price is? We will know that in May, but I will say this, as we've gone through the design process, we've got the design team providing estimates, we've got our contractor providing estimates, and they're within 2% of each other right now. Do we have work to do? Yes, we have work to do. But right now, we want to get this thing on the streets and get it priced and get it to the market. So that's the bid pack one that we're pursuing today. So the additional request is $2.6 million for a revised budget of $10.8. You can see the construction money there, the professional services that you see there, that's all the design team, that's all in right there, so that's why that's a little bit top-heavy. And then we got a few other fees there. We do have some contingency as we start digging. Obviously, there's some unknowns there. So that's the projected budget. The recommendation is approved to waive, again, the CM agent. We're going to manage that project in-house, and we're also going to use the services TTU Operations, their engineering division. We have a great relationship with them. Between the two of our teams, again, we can save probably $2 to $2.5 million in CM agent fees. So approve the expenditures of $2.6 million for a total of $10.7 million for the academic science building project with the anticipated project budget of $100 million. Accept the guaranteed maximum price for construction of bid package 1, utilities. We'll report everything to THECB, and we'll amend the CMR's agreement for this bid package. The expenditures will be funded through general revenue appropriations and the revenue finance system, repaid with higher ed funds, and the current total expenditures includes previously board authorized expenditures of the $8.1 million. That's the recommendation.
What's the status of public art along with this project?
So we're still in conversations. We've talked about the Igor. I know Ginger Carrick was big on that. We are going to do something with Igor, that telescope. We're waiting kind of to see. We do have some money in here for that piece. We're going to remove that piece, take it out, get it refurbished, and bring it over. That won't be the public art. That doesn't qualify for public art. But we're working with the President's office to see how we can maybe tie those two pieces together. But quite honestly, we're looking at budget, and we're trying to make sure our budget can support that piece.
Billy, if I could say, I want
Yes,
to say
sir.
thank you, because this is, like you said, a very labor-intensive. Your team has been wonderful, Noel, many faculty were involved, but I do need to provide some clarification. When you said this is my number one priority, you realize I have many number one priorities.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But we know how important it is for the centennial celebration, and we've heard Ms. Carrick's comments about the science buildings. And I can tell you that since I've been in this seat, this is a really great priority because of the conditions that our other facilities are at. They're just old and need some upgrading.
President Skubinek, from an information standpoint, I see which departments are included. I found this interesting: physics, geosciences, psychology, biology, and chemistry. Psychology.
Well, in fact, that department now goes by the name of psychological sciences.
Excuse me.
They can be very technical, very STEM-oriented in their approaches. And it's a large department. They're over there by the Majan Theater. They need more space.
I didn't know if that was in response to therapy they needed, if they did real well in any of these others.
It's closer to the president's office, so I can get over there for
Are there any other questions? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, Billy. Mr. Kramer and Dr. Skubinek, please present item number 4.
Great, thank you. I would like to recognize that we do have Terry and Bob Duncan in the room right now. We're here to honor Robert L. Duncan for his efforts to support all that he did for Texas Tech University's School of Veterinary Medicine in Amarillo, Texas. So I'm going to read some of this into the record because everyone in the room knows the Duncans very well, but I wanted to get it recorded in there. Bob Duncan graduated from Texas Tech University in 1976 from Kasner with an agricultural economics degree, and then later a degree from the law school in 1981. While he was at school, he was a member of the Phi Delta Theta fraternity and also the SGA president during that time. Bob Duncan served the Texas legislature for nearly 2 decades. In 1992, he was elected to District 84 in the House of Representatives. In 1996, he won the election to the state Senate. While in the Senate, he advocated for the National Research University Fund and the Texas Research Initiative Program, also known as TRIP. After his time in politics, he became the 4th chancellor here at the Texas Tech University system. The Honorable Robert L. Duncan currently serves as a volunteer for the Law School Foundation Board and has just been elected to the Texas Tech Foundation Board. And I'm pretty sure over the last couple of years he's done more behind the scenes and in different groups in Austin to help the university and the system. So we know he's still working actively for us. To go through what we're talking more about here today is the plaza that joins the 2 sections of the veterinary medicine school in that plaza area. And there's the name that is on that building. So back on August 12th, Kendra and Byron and President Skuvanek honored Bob Duncan on that day with the naming on this plaza. So I'll turn it over to President Skuvanek to give a little bit more.
Thank you, Patrick. We had this naming in August, and we kept it secret. And I've never asked Bob or Terry if they really did know. They pretended to be surprised. But it was a wonderful, warm occasion. The fact that this was funded by an anonymous donor is, in a way, so fitting for Bob Duncan. We all realize the very important role he played in establishing the vision and the beginning efforts for the School of Veterinary Medicine. He and Chancellor Mitchell went up to Amarillo, I think in December of 15. It was a long road, but he was instrumental in making this a reality. People today know the role that Bob Duncan played in this, but this really is for those that follow us. And I think it's wonderful that this will be part of his legacy in the far distant future. Thank you, Bob.
So, Mr. Chairman, when this whole journey started, everybody knows there were a lot of ups and downs with everything going on. And there was great concern about whether or not a veterinary medical school could survive financially. And if you looked at the old model, the answer is no, it can't. Vet medical schools are extraordinarily expensive. It was something that didn't stop the effort. Bob was in the center of everything going on with this. And just to show you how when one thing works and works very well, how there's a ripple effect, we've been contacted, our vet school's been contacted by another state saying the model that you're doing is the model that we want. Can you now help us create a new vet school in our state where there is an existing, very old, very well-entrenched vet school that is going to fight it. And so, you know, there's an old saying, one person in the right makes a majority. This is a great example of that. Bob, thanks.
All right, so recommendation is to acknowledge the honorific naming for the School of Veterinary Medicine Plaza, the Robert L. Duncan Plaza. The anonymous donor concurs with the naming of the space, and signage for the space does specify the specific name approves. Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions?
I would like to commend former Chancellor Duncan as well with his tenacity, perseverance, vision, and support of the community of Amarillo as well as the Texas Tech University and university system. I just think it's a marquee item. It's one of those items that occurs and will ripen, and you'll see the benefits 5 and 10 years down the road more than you can vision the impact of it today. So those are rare circumstances, and I think this is one of those events that when we look back 10, 15 years from now, it'll be even more of a marquee event than it was within the moment. And the struggles and the things that occurred in regard to bringing the execution of it about will be long forgotten compared to the benefit produced.
Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion approves as presented. Thank you. Mr. Kramer and Dr. Skuvenek, please provide item number 5.
Actually, I'll just do this one, and Dr. Rice-Spearman may add some, or answer some questions as we go through it. This next one is really to accept and honor an in-kind contribution of real property that's going to benefit the Health Science Center up in Amarillo. Here's the piece of property that is being talked about today. It's a 5-acre section that's on the back side of the Health Science Center, and this donation is going to be provided by the Amarillo Area Foundation. And to give a little bit of background on them, they were started in 1957 with a dream and a challenge to address healthcare needs facing the Texas Panhandle. And this foundation has been very generous to the Health Science Center. Primarily their donations have gone there, and really that's been the mainstay of a lot of the big gifts and land transactions that have gone on at that campus. But to give a little bit more about the foundation, in 1960 they expanded their leadership role through discretionary grants, making it as a vehicle to improve quality of life in the Texas Panhandle. In the 70s is when they started to give scholarships out. So they established funds to support students from the area to pursue degrees in higher education. And then in 1988 was a very significant time for the foundation because they received their most significant gift to support them, and that was from the Don and Sybil Harrington Foundation, and the total of $68 million worth of assets. And that's when they made the switch from really what was a private foundation to a public foundation. We talked a little bit about that earlier. But they have been extremely generous to that campus, the area, Vet Med. They've given across the board. That's one of the pieces. This is a ground level view of that 5-acre section that is there. It looks like any piece of West Texas ground right now. But here is the recommendation that we move forward as to authorize the acceptance of real property, gift in kind from Amarillo Area Foundation. It's a 5-acre parcel out of a 20.5 or 20.9 acre section that's up there. The value is off of a tax roll at basically $1.25 million. And that's how we qualified the value of the property was right there at the bottom. Any questions?
If we do not hear any questions, is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved.
Thank you.
Billy, would you please present your construction projects report?
Yes, sir. So just want to touch on a few projects this morning, kind of show you our progress. A couple of milestones. Weeks Hall renovation received a 2021 Award of Merit in Higher Education Research from Engineering News Record. I'm going to talk a little bit about the first 3 bullets here in just a second. Dairy Barn's also receiving a design award actually tomorrow night from our local AIA chapter. And then we just talked about the veterinary medicine headquarters. We have going to get substantial completion this month, which is a huge milestone for that facility. So, and then also the Dallas Southwest Professional Building on the 7th floor. I know Dr. Rice-Spearman was there last week and saw that facility. We're claiming substantial completion for that 7th floor project. As you remember, we're also doing an exterior facade enhancement there with new windows and putting performance paint on the outside, some bricks, some storefront, a roof, and all that. That's still ongoing, but this is to allow the HSC to go ahead and occupy that 7th floor. So this is Weeks Hall. ENR, most of y'all probably don't read that magazine. We read it in our industry, and Regent Acosta does too. This is a publication that's been around since 1874, and it's got it's a publication that does lots of reviews, got a lot of engineering, construction news, analysis, architecture. We get a lot of data from this magazine. So they have a group of experts that people submit projects to them, and they review those. This one was scored based on overcoming challenges, teamwork, safety, innovation, contribution to industry and also the community, and quality, and also just the function and the aesthetics of the building. So this project also we haven't talked about. We also got $273,000 plus in tax credits from the Historical Society on that. So Kim Turner's group worked on that, Noel's group worked on that, we worked on that, so got a little bit of money back from them. But anyway, so the architect record was DPS, Deck Repair, Sabatini, and the contractor was Lee Lewis on this. So that was a great award that gets presented in December down in Houston. So the Dairy Barn, most of y'all have seen the Dairy Barn, been in the Dairy Barn. So they got the local AIA award for the historical restoration and renovation. So it's a beautiful facility that gets recognized tomorrow night at the AIA dinner. So that building, we had some people in there from the foundation board last week. Everybody is extremely pleased with that and is always blown away when they go in that. So I do want to talk about the vet school a little bit further. So you can see the plaza, the Duncan Plaza up there on the top left. So I wanted to explain a little bit what we did. We weren't supposed to be in this building until December, but the President's office and Guy Lana Reagan said, hey, we've got people coming in August, got our first class coming. They had made some arrangements maybe to work with the HSC for some of that space or move everything out to Mariposa. But we worked with the contractor and we worked with the schedule. And over if you're looking at the plaza, on the right-hand side, that's area A and B. That's the classrooms, that's the big auditorium, student collaboration, the Dean Suite, that's where all of the faculty offices. We gave that to them early. The contractor worked his schedule to give that to them in August. So we almost split that building right down the middle. We didn't claim substantial, but we claimed early occupancy. So we moved them in. The lobby was kind of working at the same time. And then on the left-hand side, you're going to see area C and D. That's the clinical, research, labs, anatomy, surgical, the unloading of the animals. That's all on that side. That's what we're finishing in November. So if you look at the substantial completion dates on the bottom left, the original date was October 31st. We're going to be closer to November 31st. Let me explain a little bit about that. If you look at what we went through with COVID, and you look at the weather in Amarillo, we actually had a few change orders. We also had some shelf space in C and D for research labs. Those were shelf space that we talked about doing later in the future as money came in. Well, we had good buyout. We had some savings in the project. We were able to go ahead and finish out those 10 labs under this time frame. So that added a little bit of time to it. And then the early occupancy did too. So our substantial's a month later, but I also will say contractually we were supposed to move in the entire building on December 15th, which we're going to be in the entire building by December 6th. So we met the finished occupancy date on that. So great team effort by everybody involved. You can see the top right, that's the north entry. Bottom left is the Mariposa Administration Building. And then the bottom right, I just happened to be out there right before the students came. Those are the head catches out at Mariposa where they're actually bringing the cattle in so the students could work on them. And I do want to say this too. I think this is very important that we made it through COVID and all that and still made the time. One of the reasons that I think is we used, I think it was 87% of our subcontractor base was local. And so when you're going through travel bans and if you're having people come out of the Metroplex area or New Mexico or Oklahoma, we'd have probably had more issues. But being local there, and it's good for the economy, but we were able to kind of fight through some of the COVID and weather issues. So this is a look. That's probably one of my favorite areas. This is the 400-seat auditorium and the headquarters building. You can see the Bull graphics in the back and the double T on the ceiling. That's a 400-seat auditorium. And then the lobby on the right, we're finished with that and actually putting the donors' names on that building. So this is out at Mariposa. This is the stables, the horse stables you can see on the left. They're not that clean now. They were clean then. And then over on the right is clinical skills area where you can see the mannequins for the different cows, and they've got horses and everything else over there too. So this facility, I hope you get to go to a ribbon cut in spring. I think that's what's been targeted, because it is an amazing facility, and with Texas Tech's vision and great contractors, we knocked this one out of the park, I think. So please, hopefully you can get to see that. I want to move towards Talkington, College of Visual and Performing Arts. This is a project I haven't mentioned lately. Finally, we got some stuff going on that you can see from the outside. If you can, the new additions on the top left there, you can see all the steel. We're about out of the concrete and steel business, which is good these days. So we've got slab on grade, you can see on the bottom left, and then we got the elevated slab poured too. That new addition is what holds the Dean Suites, got some offices, theater support, the green room, costume shop, metals lab, prop lab, and also some restrooms there. On the top right, that's basement. That's going to be all your mechanical, electrical, plumbing. We're pretty well wrapping that up and starting sheet rocking down in that area. And then on the bottom right, that is standing in the audience looking back up at the stage. You can see the new catwalk and notice all the HVAC equipment that's up there for this facility. This is actually on the stage looking back towards the audience and the lobby too. So the concrete we do have left to pour in there, we'll pour all the risers for the new seats. Like I said, you can see the plywood and the red iron up there for all the new catwalks. It's going to have new lighting up there. So it's one of those old buildings that as we got deeper and deeper into, we found more and more items. But that's starting to progress really well. We had a lot of delays, obviously. We had some steel delays, metal studs, just getting metal studs to frame the interior walls and the exterior walls took 3 months to get those in. It's going to be dried in December. Windows come January, February, so we'll do temporary wall covering so we can get it dried in and get some temporary heat in there. The roofing's on, so that project's moving okay. Moved a little bit of money around there. Amendment 2 that's talking about, we had some hydronic piping that was unexpected that we had to actually make a different tie-in than what we originally planned. We had new electrical feed mains to bring in. That was a safety issue that we discovered. And then we had to move some money that we had some savings in professional services up to owner's contingencies, so the university can choose how they want to spend those. So I want to move to the museum. If you have any questions, please stop me. This is the Arnold Museum. Dr. Robert Neff and Louise Wilson Arnold Wing. That's on the east side. That's that infill project we've been talking about. There's not a lot of great pictures on this one yet. The bottom left is basement demolition, which we're just about complete with that. On the right, that's an older picture. If you go out there today, there's a 16-foot hole out there that they've dug out for the basement. So they're going to finish that dig probably Monday or Tuesday. It's about 5,000 cubic yards that they've moved out of there. So we've got a big hole. Hopefully it won't rain, because that's usually what happens when you dig a basement. But we'll start on relocating some utilities that are down below the basement level. And then we'll pour some concrete, and then we'll have steel starting to roll in next week, and it'll continue to come in all the way through January. We're getting things like rebars, miscellaneous steel, but the main structure is coming in as it gets fabbed. So anyway, so we're also replacing a chiller out there, working with operations on that. Some direct buried steam lines need replacing, so that project's moving along pretty good. No money movement. And this is Midland. We talked a little bit about Midland. School of Health Professionals, Physicians Assistants building on the Midland College campus. This project's doing very well. Substantial completion date shown in March. We're probably going to bump that out a little bit just due to additional scope. We had a really good buyout on that project and had some money left over to add some air handling units, fire pump, boiler. We also took in some additional square footage in the offices. So if you see the square footage up there at 34,505, that's actually going to grow to about 52,000. And it's not extensive all the time. That might be new carpet, that might be ceiling, lighting, things like that. HSC dictates the priority of what they want to spend there, and so we're just piecing through that. The top right picture, I took that a couple of weeks ago. That's the gross anatomy lab that you can see all of the infrastructure that's up above that ceiling. If you've seen the Lubbock gross anatomy lab that we built, you'd understand exactly why that's all up there, but that's coming along nicely too. One of the pleasant surprises we've had in the Permian Basin area is our labor. We struggled with the last Odessa project. Our labor's holding on really well here, even with the price of oil up. We've been kind of holding our breath. But so far, it's done really well, so we're pleased with our subcontractor and our contractor base. There's just a few more of the remodel pictures you can see as we're moving along. Out there, I guess there's a new storm sewer line in the courtyard that we're replacing, but most of that's interior work in that area. So no money movement there at all.
Hey, Billy,
Yes, ma'am.
I have a really quick question. In the additional funding that we received from the legislative session in this third session, there was some money allocated to this project. Is that something that we have to use for this project, or since we're almost completed, can we use that money for something else that we might need in the TTU system? Or maybe that's a long question, we can talk about it offline. We
No,
need
the
to.
money is specifically designated for the Midland PA program.
Okay,
And
so
so
we'll
those
figure out
funds-
some way to
right.
utilize it. Well, congratulations, that was good that we got that, so, thank you.
We've already been brainstorming on how we want to do that.
Great.
In fact, I read an email this morning from the Vice President of Facilities from HSC where they've kind of got some ideas going there, so. yes,
Terrific,
ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So this is our first MSU project to highlight, the Bridwell Activity Center project. We wanted to touch and show you a little bit about that campus and one of the projects that they've got going on. You can see this current budget's $5.57 million, gross square footage is 29.5. And then you can see some of the substantial completion date, whether it's contractual or what we're looking at currently. Let me explain a little bit about this project. This building was originally used for facilities administration and shops, warehouse, receiving. And what they've done is they've taken the first floor, they're remodeling the first floor, and it's going to turn into more of a student center. So it's going to be student services, student organizations are going to utilize this space right here. The challenges that they've had on this project is things like the HVAC equipment, the windows, storefronts, the frames that come in for the windows and storefronts. Actually, I put this almost 7 months behind, and you can see there is a lot of openings on this project, a lot of punched openings, new openings, and so it's very difficult to draw a project in with that many openings. So they've kind of had to put it on pause for a little bit. But if you're looking there, at the top left, that's the front entry facing south. The bottom left is more for a cafe and collaboration space. The top right is the main lobby, and then the student services offices is bottom right. Then on the left side, that's the southeast corner of the front. And then in the middle, that's a wash bay, and someday you might have a Board of Regent meeting in there. It's going to be a conference room, and so a lot of creativity in making that into a conference room. And then on the side, that's kind of where the old shops were coming in and out of the building itself. So this is a very nice looking project. I haven't been in it. I drove by it when we were there in September, but we're trying to help support Kyle any way that we can to help him get to the finish line. But just wanted to show you one of their MSU projects. And Mr. Chairman, that's my report, unless somebody has any other questions.
Any questions for Billy? Thank you, Mr. Breedlove, for that report. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, everyone. You are going to take a break now before we convene into the Committee of the Whole. So let's say 10 minutes. Then we'll reconvene into the Committee of the Whole for the board. The meeting of the Board of Regents of Texas Tech University System is now called to order. I would like to personally recognize, first of all, Dr. James Johnston, the interim president of Midwestern State University. This is the first Board of Regent meeting in our system office in Lubbock that Midwestern State has attended, and welcome. So it's another special day regarding Midwestern State and the Texas Tech University system. So thank you both for your attendance here. The board will continue an open session meeting as a committee of the whole and the meeting of the board. We will now consider items as a committee of the whole. Dr. Skovanec will present a report on the strategic initiatives for TTU. Dr. Skovanec, please present that report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The impetus for this report, I think, came out of our retreat earlier this summer, and I think the board was particularly interested in some of what we're doing at the Texas Tech Research Park, Inc. But I wanted to place those activities within the context of the broader research enterprise at Texas Tech, and that's what I'll do today. These are the goals that guide our research efforts at Texas Tech. We want to produce research, scholarship, some might distinguish between those two, and creative activity that has real benefit, first to our local community, the state, and then the nation. Today, new knowledge is really being discovered and developed at the boundaries between academic disciplines. We need to be collaborative in that sense, working across departments, across colleges, across institutions. In that case, I'm primarily referring to HSC, as well as with industry. And we need to be thinking about what we do affects economic development and has commercial benefit. But also we have to pay attention to our standing as a Tier 1 school. That means we remain among the Carnegie classification of very high research activity institutions, and we need to be moving forward to AAU status. And I want to make a comment here about what I mean by scholarship. I'm going to focus today quite a bit on numbers, research awards and things of that sort. But institutions are judged by a broad range of scholarly activities. Every year, we keep a dashboard that compares Texas Tech to the 131 Carnegie R1 schools. And we look at about 20 to 30 different categories. Degrees awarded, cost, retention, graduation rates, but a lot that relates to research. And I would just mention, how do we measure scholarly activity? Well, one thing you could do is look at publications. That enters into rankings. And for instance, at Texas Tech, for tenured and tenure-track faculty, on average, the about 1,100 that we have, they average 2 publications per year. And that puts us at the bottom quartile of those AAU schools. But keep in mind, these are good schools. But the number of citations per publication of a Texas Tech faculty member is 14.1. That puts us well above the top quartile. What it means is our faculty are doing research that people are reading and citing. But I'm not going to get into that kind of detail.
You just did.
Well, you know, hey, Ted, please. Let me mention, there's nothing sacred to you. These are where we focus our efforts, real resilience and prosperity. That means a lot of different things, but for us, a lot of it relates to water issues, developing crops that are more resistant to the conditions they face, energy. Texas Tech is well known for its efforts in wind, but we've tried to be more engaged with the oil and gas industry in Midland. We have a more visible presence there through an entity we were gifted by Exxon, and then now we have a relationship with Premier Oilfield Group that provides opportunities for faculty research, student mentorship, and things like that.
I think our new master's program should be also included because it takes into consideration both wind as well as oil and gas.
That's right. And Regent Walker, you had the idea for that 5 or 6 years ago. And then Terry McInturf developed that in the College of Business, and it's ongoing now. Environmental resilience relates to severe weather incidents. A lot of that is done through civil engineering. You might remember the safe spaces that were developed. And then we come to the issue of economic development and innovation. That deals a lot with what happens to the hub. And I need to distinguish between the Innovation Hub and the Texas Tech Research Park. The Innovation Hub has been around for many years and occupies that building on 4th Street. The Research Park, this board authorized its existence as a 501c3 in 18. The IRS recognized that the following year, but they had their first board meeting in March of 2020. And that's one reason some of the activity there has been a bit slow in developing in certain respects. I just want to mention some of the highlights that represent our areas of strength. There's a picture of Professor Herrera Estrella. He's a member of the National Academy of Science. He is the only member of the National Academy of Science that we have. We have several in the National Academy of Engineering. He came to us as a result of support from the Governor's University Research Initiative. The governor put in several $1 million. We matched that. We have a long-standing presence in atmospheric science. The West Texas Mesonet is something people are very much aware of, and I mentioned the hurricane research that they do. Whenever there's a storm on the coast, they're one of the first groups to get down there. Out of the last session, Senator Perry provided support, about $1 million. It's an initial effort to start looking at how we can make better use of produced water that's a result of the fracking. As Regent Campbell could tell us, there's a lot of water that comes out of that process. How can you use it in other ways that benefits agriculture and mitigates its environmental effect? Tech has been famous for a long time in the area of food safety. That's Wendy Bashir's. She just came back from D.C., where she was the undersecretary in USDA of food safety. The presence of the food safety program was essential in Lubbock being able to attract Leprino Foods here. They're going to be building a plant here, about 650 employees, a massive facility, and Tech's activity in food safety was a player in that decision. So here's one way you can measure research activity. What are your expenditures? So this past year, you see, is $191 million. 10 years ago, it was 142. That's a 35% increase. But that's total research expenditures. If you look at the federal, we're not making much progress there. Now, what's encouraging, expenditures will generally follow awards. This last year, we had a record for new research awards to Texas Tech. It's $104 million. A year ago, it was 82. 5 years ago, it was 60. But what's significant, for the past 2 years, our faculty have brought in over $50 million in federal research awards. That doubles what we were getting 5 or 6 years ago. So those federal research expenditures should improve. You might wonder who's doing the research. So arts and sciences generates more research expenditures than anyone else. That may be surprising, but they're large, then engineering, then Kasner. This is federal research by college. So there you see the influence of engineering. They get the most federal money. Now you notice here, those columns are not monotonically increasing. And that really reflects what happened back in 2009 when the government passed that American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. They put a lot of money into research. Tech saw a big influx in research awards. And so those figures back in 10 and 11 were a bit anomalous in that regard. How do you really assess where you rank in the world? There's many ways you can do it. A couple weeks ago, U.S. News and World Report issued their global university ranking, where they take account of faculty productivity as well as student success metrics. We ranked 464th out of the 1,750 schools they ranked, but their database had about 25,000 schools in it. So that's we're the top 1 or 2%. We ranked 124th in the U.S. Another ranking that came out last spring, the Center for World University Rankings, we're 423. They actually listed almost 20,000 schools. We ranked 112th in the U.S. That's good. And there's amazing similarity in these rankings. They're very consistent. When they look at who's going to be in the Carnegie R1 class, they use a lot of data from the National Science Foundation Higher Education Research Development dashboard. And so I want to just mention some of this to you. In terms of total research, we're in the top 13 percentile. In federal, we're the top 18. But that says National Academy, that should say doctorates awarded. We're in the top 14 percentile. So how does that compare to AAU members? So let me give you something for the last 4 schools that went into the AAU. For instance, Tufts was just admitted to the AAU in May. Their ranking in total research expenditures, they're at the 11th percentile. You see, we're very close. But in federal, they're at 5%, not 10%, quite a bit better than us. But in terms of doctorates awarded, we produce almost twice as many doctorates. I'll mention one other school, Dartmouth. Dartmouth was admitted about 2 years ago. Their research ranking in total expenditures at the 9th percentile, but you see we're in the ballpark, but 8% in federal, but they're at the 37th percentile in doctorates awarded. We have a much larger graduate program. That has to translate into more federal dollars. This thing below here is called the Center for Measuring University Performance. There are basically 3 ways people characterize Tier 1. Are you Carnegie R1? Are you AAU? Or are you in the top 50, the CMUP? This just came out last Friday. So they only rank the top 200 institutions in the U.S. So in total research, 134th, 90, these numbers are fairly consistent. You see we're weak in federal. National academies were very competitive. Faculty awards were very competitive, and we're top 50 in the nation in doctorates awarded. I want to give you an idea, as we talk about where we want to go, we have to know where the money is. So on the right-hand column, that's the amount of money the federal government or federal agencies put into research in 2020. $24.4 billion in health and human services and so on. On the left-hand column is where we got our awards. And what I would point out here, if you look at health and human services, which is primarily the National Institutes of Health, 55% of federal support for research comes from health and human services. We're only getting 15% of our funding from health and human services. Now, where is most of that money? NIH. That means Texas Tech and HSC need to do a better job of collaborating in those opportunities. If you go down to the National Science Foundation, where we had $9.1 million in that year, that 5.3% is 12% of the total budget. That 9.1 is 11% of ours. So we're getting our fair share of NSF funding. If you go down to the USDA, that $1.2 billion is only 3% of the investment of federal awards. For us, the $5 million is 5% of ours. So we do a good job in some areas, but we certainly need to increase our funding from the areas of health and human services. So as we move forward, we need to align our strengths with those funding opportunities. Hire people who have a chance to tap into that money. And right now that's ongoing. The provost and the VPR are coordinating with the deans on hiring a large number of additional lines with that strategy in mind. We need to hire people who will be productive mid-career faculty, and we want people who will make an impact in the short term, but be here for the long term. And then we're going to focus on the areas that matter, plant genomics and so on, the things I've already mentioned. Now let me turn to the Innovation Hub. The Innovation Hub is primarily served as a way to really enhance student and faculty entrepreneurial activities. And in fact, this week, the Princeton Review just released They're top 50 undergraduate institutions in the U.S. in terms of entrepreneurship, and Texas Tech ranked 12th. So they've done a lot of things that relate to this I-Corps program. We got about $300,000 there. That was tied with UC Berkeley. I don't know if it's always a good idea to compare ourselves to UC Berkeley. That seems to bother some people. But here's some other things they have done over the iHub. They've brought in a lot of money in startup, over $54 million, some federal money. And then there's the licensing and the invention disclosures are primarily regulated through the Office of Research Services. Our numbers there are small compared to the schools that we really aspire to be compared to. And so finally, let's get to the research park. As I mentioned, that functions as a 501c3. They had their first board meeting in March of 2020. And so they're still somewhat in the planning stage. But this kind of outlines what they're trying to do. They're finalizing their organizational structure. We hired HR&A to do a strategic planning initiative and to assess really our market potential. We've been working with Noel and with Eric Bentley. We have formulated a ground lease template that will apply to those tenants who come onto that property, those 40 acres over there by 4th and Quaker. They're working on a marketing strategy. They are working to see how they can engage with LEDA and other entities that may occupy that place and develop tenant strategies. And they're working also with the city to finalize the infrastructure that would be needed once tenants start to locate there. What we expect out of that are tenants that complement the research going on at Texas Tech and HSC, tenants that would contribute to the economic development of Lubbock and beyond, and also provide additional entrepreneurial activities for students. But the real substance of those efforts still is in the planning stage, and hopefully within a year or two I could come back and give you more definitive examples of what's actually happening there, and you would see that through the presence of new buildings going up on that property. And with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Dr. Skubinek, with regard to the research park and its unique placement here in our system and on the campus, my sense of it is that there needs to be maybe a separate management concept for that, separate and opposed from the Hub Accelerator Program. Kimberly's magic, but this is a big deal. This is a lot of responsibility, and I'm just wondering what your thoughts are there with regard to that. And are there best practices? Is there, I know Purdue has a rather robust program, for example.
So we fund the Innovation Hub. We put about a little over $2.5 million a year, Noel, into the Innovation Hub. That's debt service on that building and personnel. That's separate from TTRP Inc. That's a 501c3. They have a board. But we have recognized that we're going to probably have to invest in personnel to help them begin to move down the road to the very point you just raised. Do you go hire somebody, or do you engage a third party? And we've discussed this before, who wakes up every day thinking about how do I recruit businesses that would want to have a presence there. So we're committed to putting more, to assisting them. Those people would be employed by Texas Tech, but working very closely with the TTRP.
Well, I just think it's important that time is, I think, not on our side. I think we need to be moving on this. We've gone through the early infancy stages, and I think we're to a point where if we can get somebody, whether it's a third party or somebody that's in charge there that wakes up, as you said, every day looking at this, I think that gives us a chance to accelerate the program. One other question I had from a global, national standpoint, what difference does it make, if any, that we're one of 9 university systems that have the professional school offerings in the country that we have today, with the addition of the dental school and the vet school, that seems to have distinguished us does that make any difference from people, from a public perception standpoint, or any of these magical organizations that we desire to be a member of?
Yeah, reputation matters. If you look at U.S. News and World Report, which you have to take it for what it is, about 20% of that ranking is reputation. And a lot of times when they look at a school, they don't know the difference whether it's Texas Tech University or Texas Tech Health and Sciences Center. The good things they do help us. When you see our law school rated as the best value of all law schools in Texas, that helps us. So all of the different ways that those professional programs bring visibility to the system indirectly benefits Texas Tech.
But that's not the mere presence of having those under the system umbrella, all the professional schools, that does not set us apart then or provide any accelerated advancement opportunities as it relates to these types of, let's just say AAU, for example, in Cleveland.
Well, when they look at AAU, there are 4 primary indicators and 4 secondary. And they're only going to judge an institution by the metrics they generate as an institution and to themselves. The first one is funding from the National Science Foundation and NIH. In the second category, the number 1 is funding from USDA and industry. They distinguish between the competitive nature of that funding. So if you talk about AAU status, you're not going to get credit for anything another component does. But that's what it is. Now, there are 28 AAU institutions that have medical schools, so you see of the 66, most of them don't.
So that's, while we see that as significant from some of these organizational, from their perspective, it's just, these are just offerings that stand alone. They don't
No, I would say it's, I'm sorry, Regent Campbell, I'd say it's more than that. You know, Texas Tech having a law school, medical school, a dental school, a nursing program, that really contributes to the whole aura around Texas Tech. And it helps. It helps us in recruiting students. They don't really know the difference sometimes. I think it adds to the brand in a way that does matter. You can't always translate into a ranking in that regard.
I think it would be interesting to see how we would look in comparison to the other AAU institutions if the health sciences was combined with TTU. If you
We've done it.
put those research numbers together, I haven't seen it. It would be interesting to see.
We did that.
So I assume it would be pretty helpful. Probably put us right in the middle of them.
It would make a difference. I mean, and Ted, I'm getting on thin ice here. But I tell you what would have the greatest impact, and you know this because you've raised this point. If you look at the U.S. News and World Report, the top 50, there are 50, you have to go to number 20 until you see a public institution, and that's UCLA. Where we get killed in U.S. News is expenditure per student. Now, I think over at the medical school, you probably spend $200,000 a year educating students. We spend about 20. Those things, it affects it in that way. But there are cultural differences that would be very significant, and I think the chancellor could speak to that with a lot more authority than I could, or should. Okay.
We get penalized for being efficient at the undergraduate level.
That is true. That is true. Yeah.
So they're really kind of, and Ted, I'd like for you to briefly address this because I know that you've previously looked into the health science versus Texas Tech University. There's one aspect of looking at that, I guess, in regard to AAU, but there's another aspect of having 2 different silos regarding, say, a Texas Tech Research Park, which is the subject here. Specifically, if we do things on a collaborative basis between the 2 universities, health science and Texas Tech University, because the research part is part of Texas Tech University. And I guess my point is there are synergies there, but that's a different subject, so to speak, than research and AAU rankings.
It is. For instance,
Those are two, that's apples and oranges. It's, and not to be combined and confused.
that's a very good point. Having a medical school adjacent to the property, that is Texas Tech's property, will be a benefit as we try to attract tenants to that location.
Right.
Because they could see opportunities to work with maybe HSE, even more so than TTU in some regards. So the presence of HSE there is a benefit, I think, to the future growth of the Texas Tech Research Park. That's,
Let me give you the information. So we used IPEDS data when I looked at this before. Areas where the addition of the Health Sciences Center would help Texas Tech rankings include total doctorates awarded, obviously, total research expenditures, postdoctoral appointments, federal research experience, and university endowment assets. The areas where the addition of the HSC would not help Texas Tech's rankings include first-year retention, SAT, ACT scores, faculty recognition, i.e. National Academy members, Nobel laureates, national merit finalists, and percent in top 10 of high school classes. At the time when we did this, Texas Tech was ranked 176th in U.S. News and World Report rankings. The addition of the Health Sciences Center would have pushed them up approximately 20 places on U.S. News. And that would still leave them behind every other Texas school that's ranked ahead of them.
So if you start managing your university system and universities for rankings, you get off course. Because it's nice to know, but you wouldn't want to run a system based upon that, so to speak, because of the vagaries of rankings and the criteria that they use for those rankings. Is that
They
accurate?
are important. They affect the value of the degree that every one of our graduates holds.
Yeah.
They affect our ability to get research dollars. They affect everything.
And I think there's a balancing effect there.
It is.
You've got to give consideration. Perception becomes reality, and I know from the law school standpoint, we want to get in the top 100. It looks like we're getting there. I don't know that we've had to compromise any of our values or anything. It's just natural leadership. We've been able to achieve that. I think the same thing can happen here. There's no doubt in my mind that we are, that we're at the precipice, I think, of a real crossroads on where we go from here. And
It is, and we have the
I
resources
really like
now.
our position moving forward, I guess. But perception, we talk about that, we don't want to manage around the U.S. News and World Report ranking. I get that. But I also know the reality of people looking and seeing that, and there's value there in that.
What about AAU, Ted? How would it affect our relative?
The AAU criteria are so proscripted and so few. The only one it would address would be the amount of money per student.
No, they don't actually look at that in AAU. That's in U.S. News. In AAU, they look at funding, they look at National Academy, they look at awards, they look at postdocs, they look at publication activity. It's very much research-oriented. And in some ways, I would say it is not consistent with the mission of Texas Tech to be inclusive as a place that offers opportunity. If you look at some of those schools, their average SAT for large schools is 1,300, 1,400. That's our honors. And yet we see students that come in at 1,200, top quarter, who do very, very well. But how would AAU really benefit the state? You look at California, you got 9 or I think you got 10 now. Those schools get a lot of federal funding. And I think that plays into how proposals are evaluated. Graduate students gravitate to those schools. And
So when you say federal funding, is it a chicken or egg thing then? Does AAU funding necessarily ensure federal funding, AAU designation? Or does it give you a leg up to be able to
Yeah, that's
access?
a good point. A lot of those schools end up in that group. And I gave you some of the data, how they compare in terms of federal. They get it. They get the federal funding, therefore they get the AAU status. But there's a more fundamental issue. They have really good faculty who probably have environments that are supportive of that kind of research. We can move towards that. We can move in that direction. And then the status may or may not come in our lifetime. I do think it's significant that when the state, and I mentioned this in the context of Robert Duncan, when they established a National Research University Fund, since they did that, 4 schools in Texas have moved into the R1 status. Those resources made a difference. And I think UTSA is going to do it right away. So funding does help you enhance your research stature.
But from a, I guess getting back to the question I was asking, from a, if AAU status depends on research activity essentially.
Yes.
If Texas Tech University were somehow combined with the Health Sciences Center, that would benefit us in terms of achieving AAU status.
It would increase, as the chancellor pointed out, it would increase some of our numbers. Federal awards, it would affect.
And then the second question is, what is it worth to diminish the value of your medical degree?
And I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I do.
I'm just asking.
I know the answer to that, because that's happened, and it's happened in our state.
For those who made that move?
Correct.
Okay.
So what is it you're wanting to do? And that is a very basic question.
Which schools in the state do have the academic and the health
The
science center?
state of Texas was set up from the very beginning with the health-related separated from the general academics, historically, because the capital, when it was moved to Austin, Texas, and the University of Texas was established, the largest city in the state of Texas was Galveston. And for medical schools, you need population. And so the medical school, the University of Texas Medical Branch, was established in Galveston for that reason. That became the model moving forward that the state's always used. In the last 10 years, 12 years, 2 things have happened. There has been one university system that took a health sciences center and moved it under the general academic university. Beyond that, there have been a number of universities that the general academic is starting to tag in a medical school with them. As part of, when you look at the funding of the state of Texas, you got 2 big buckets of money. You got the general academic funding bucket, and you've got the health-related funding bucket. And so the general academics that are adding medical schools are getting that funding from the health-related bucket of money. So the whole thing, the whole pot's kind of gotten stirred up recently. But
By what university?
say again?
Who combined those 2 universities?
Texas A&M did.
Okay, Texas A&M.
Ted, is the Dell School under UT?
Under UT Austin.
Yes, UT
Yeah,
Austin.
they're one of the ones that the general academics spawned a medical school. So you've got the University of Texas at Austin that spawned a medical school that's part of their general academic university. You've got UTRGV that spawned a medical school, part of their general academic. You've got UT Tyler that's now doing it. You've got University of Houston that's doing it. Sam Houston spawned an osteopathic school as part of their university. So that's happened a bunch. So we've gone from having a total of, I don't know what the number was, 8 or 10 med schools in the state to like 15 or 16 now. Because, and
Is that to beef up research expenditures to help us?
it's because everybody wants a medical school. And the problem though, and if you look at numbers, the cost to educate a medical student is substantially higher than it is to educate a general academic. If somebody is trying to become a physician relative to somebody getting a degree in business, it's a very different overhead. And all the schools like that. That is the problem for the state of Texas is not that we don't have enough medical students graduating, it's that we don't have enough residency slots. So we're running into another problem by doing all of that. But one system has folded it under their current general academic, and that's A&M.
But one thing we could do without any organizational changes is, and we've talked about this for years, and Lori understands this, if we were to collaborate more closely on research opportunities, we would benefit from that. As I mentioned, in terms of how little money we get from Health and Human Services. So that's something we talk about, and it's something we're going to continue to work on.
And Lawrence, to that point, to your point with that, Regent Griffin, the fact that we have this complement of schools within our system, very, very few, we have never made hay off of that. And now that we have a dental school, and now that we have a vet school, there should be opportunities for collaboration within our own system that should make research proposals better and different and more unique than what you could get without this compilation of schools.
And that extends to the component institutions.
That's what I'm saying, it's all of us.
Having access to that and knowing
We haven't done that.
the club membership extends to all is significant, where they know they've got a place to take that research, a place to be able to analyze, to do their due diligence on these things. That's significant too.
And Regent Griffin, we do pay a lot of attention to rankings. We do. We're very competitive. That affects our ability to recruit faculty and to attract students. But also, on a more practical level, when you get $100 million in research awards, that generates a lot more money for graduate students, for equipment. It affects the bottom line in a real practical way. So there's this reputational issue, and then there's the real practical benefits. And hopefully that translates into things that benefit the state, and we really mean that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Skovenick, for the report. Are there any further questions or comments from anyone? There being no further questions, this concludes the items to consider in open session. The board will now convene an executive session as authorized under sections 551, 071 through 074 and 076 of the Texas Government Code.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 5 action items resulting from executive session. Item number 1, the motion is to approve a gift-related naming at Angelo State University with the naming to be announced at a later date. I move that the board authorize the gift-related naming of a facility of Angelo State University in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in executive session and delegate to President Hawkins the authority to announce the naming at the appropriate time.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, motion number 2 is to authorize a transaction of real property located in El Paso. I move that the board authorize President Lane to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for acquisition of property in El Paso as identified in executive session under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, motion number 3 is to authorize a pre-development agreement for a Texas Tech University athletics facility. I move that the board authorize President Skuvanek to conduct the necessary negotiations and execute the necessary documents for a pre-development agreement for a Texas Tech University athletics facility under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, motion number 4 is to authorize the lease of space by Texas Tech University in the Dallas area. I move that the board authorize President Skuvanek to conduct the necessary negotiations and execute the necessary documents for the lease of space in the Dallas area under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, the final motion is to confer the title emeritus to an individual in recognition of their distinguished service and with the conferral to be announced at a later date. I move that the board authorize Chancellor Mitchell to confer an emeritus appointment to an individual for their distinguished service and delegate to Chancellor Mitchell the authority to announce the conferral at the appropriate time.
Second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the action items to be taken coming out of executive session.
Thank you, Regent Griffin. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene Friday, November 19th, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. Thank you.